Joanna, what's up, little bro? Glad you're doing well today. Just give myself a little sound check for myself. Test again. Good enough for me. Um, I don't know what you mean, Steven. Do you mind set for short? Definitely be going over some blessings this morning. Yes, yes, yes. Set for short. Yeah, you got that one correct. I'm just letting my coffee finish brewing here. Oh, personally, that was Egyptian. Egyptian truly has released a really lot of good information. That's still, I guess it's not all that great of a verbiage, though Egypt is amazing because Egypt is, people are still studying it and they don't understand half of it. I watched one thing where they believed they knew what the thing was saying and what the hieroglyph meant. They found a bottle, they found a container, they expected to find a particular substance that the hieroglyph represented, and they found something completely different. So that was rather interesting and intriguing, because as much as they may think they know, they got errors. They got errors within their working um, of being able to translate it. So Egypt, I mean, there's so much, at least for myself, to be able to reach and grab, to learn from, but that'd be my favorite. That'd be my favorite. Ancient Japanese, man. That's a close second. There's some pretty awesome stuff. Indian on both sides, dot and feather. So you went off to something different there. I did not do my makeup this morning. Okay, the only rule with makeup while on a live is don't hit the table. I'll get it. There we go. Now I'm using the camera, not a phone, and even my screen ain't perfect. Not as good as mirrors, anyways. I find it kind of funny because my videos in the past, people are like, blink, blink, blink. And I'm like, what the fuck do you want me to blink for? Blinking ain't anything I ever learned spiritually. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm watching these videos yesterday or whatever that came up, and they're like, blink if you're in need of help or calling an SOS or fucking some shit, whatever. You're like, I'm like, oh, well, that never applied to me, so glad I didn't blink when people were like, blink, blink, blink. You blink. I don't blink. You blink because you miss life, because you need help, whatever. I don't know. I don't blink. I need to see what the fuck is happening, so I keep my eyes open. If a picture is worth 1,000 words and you blink, you're gonna miss a lot of fucking information. You know what I'm saying? Like, dang. Did you come here for spirituality? Well, sometimes you gotta get dressed up for the part, you know what I'm saying? If you're running late, are you running late? Or was the show just supposed to take a different starting? Sounds like that coffee's getting done. Normally I use soap and water for my brushes, but if I'm not around some fresh water, running water, whatever, I'll just use a blanket, a towel, or anything else. Get all the excess off. Pretty decent job. and coffee's done. Gotta love the timing on all of that, that's for sure. Yeah, obviously got a few. It's 5:18. I kind of feel on time actually. For those wondering, I've had this chain I got from someone for a very long ago. I've magnetized this chain. getting set up. So I've magnetized that chain and I use it as an additional portal. Sometimes portal within a portal. Sometimes I take it right around my hips. But it's a talisman that I take with me, and I have magnets that I keep attached to it. And at particular times, I'll attach those magnets to my bracelets. Because essentially, I'm creating an electromagnetic charge that has continual radiance. More so magnetic. I swear though, you feel the energy coming off of some of my altar stones, staff, and different things and items, and there's literally energy pulsing off of it. And I start feeling electrical activity within my fingertips, almost like your hands going numb. Yet you don't get the fuzzy feeling all the way over, and it doesn't hurt. The electrical impulse is like, it's more like massaging. I don't know how to describe it. It doesn't hurt though. Whoa, that'd be interesting. In my brain, I was like, I could create the heart, like my staff here. I could create the heart for AI. Ha ha ha. That's a funny construct. No, that's a funny construct. That's an interesting construct. I can create a heart for AI. Alright, it is 5:25. I may start sooner than later. I feel like I might stretch my legs a little bit. I'm gonna stretch by 5:30 here. At least by 5:30, we're gonna get started going over our blessings in multiple languages from across the world to regions of all in the past. And thanks for being here. You know, one thing I've picked up lately is I've been looking off to the side. I look off to the side because I'm looking at certain images and I perceive that in reality, it's connecting with that energy. It's really channeling that energy. However, I can see those things out of the corner of my eye. I don't need to focus on them. What I'm doing is I'm focusing on you. That's what I need to do. And that's what I'm doing right now is I'm focusing on you. I know the environment around me pretty well, but it's those on the other end. It's you at home that I want to connect with most, and that's where my attention needs to be. So I'm mentioning it just to give myself a little memory recollection to say, hey, don't stare off into space or whatever, even though you're looking at good thoughts. Stay focused on who you're talking to. A lot of people look away for whatever reason. Mind drifts, but what we pay attention to is really that's what we're going to get the most meat out of. That's where we're going to get the most out of life, is when we connect with the person that we're with. Even though this be a digital space, you're at home, I'm here, I know you're listening, I see comments scrolling, even though I don't read them or whatever, I would look back, I know things happen or whatever the case. So, and all that goodness. Let me just stretch it for a moment. There was one morning recently where I woke up and did all of my stretches, did my whole stretching routine. And that day I definitely had work to do, had physical work to help someone with. On those kind of days, I'll definitely do my stretches because I gotta have my body about me. But it is a fact when I do those stretches, I just like calling them stretches. When I do my stretches first thing in the morning, my body does feel better for the rest of the day, and there's a bunch of evidence for that. So good, rich information for that. All right. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and with the mighty one shall show. Our guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gathered nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee, loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide, rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their boss and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of Gwenfael, fight the blight, this be darkened night in our right. Zikia Kampazi Anakampazi Dingikia Kampazi Dingidanakampah. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renosi Sekioli was on Futura, the head Hirusha, and you sit by God, Kutijeni was more, for to give a set of doors, I paper to Woody Sharkin, and Asara men. Un Bashramantai is Wagon Bashamanati is Var Nunanina Nurananan Naran Dumbong Shing Strong Nation Ain Tayas Wagon Mishanaya Treyas Vaha Ewu Engon Brambim Brom Onji Karabashato no Suwaga Onji Trashi Yatrashi Varatas Vaha Ruda did it, Klingon di trong chong cranking krong hong shing shrong on hayapa shramataya suwagong hayapa shamanataya swa ha za Klingon hong krong onomakushana pa tarn karn namas matapasharom ham ha hu ha hero Klingon cranking krong Unangana ya suwa kumana ya yarma yazva ha I we shring on kong kong on here on kishar kata by suwa kum jorti hi chintu vichivati sva ha nunanina no nunamina na kring on plum plum on shari chipatai suwa kum shijai varataya sva ha Olo golo 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 Hungang ranking grong onar bashar no suwak umana kardi buba bibobu bear bork bear bork bo bibu bear ongamen Renos as a gill was on Puto, I had Hirusha, hands who said, Kai, Kotishin, it was Mahan, Ratsi, said Patols, I paid the two, Woody Bishockins and Asaramen. Barashikushu Barduru Gilma Kabol Mamu Lala Bo Pogana Robo Mulugalana Partiku Sharu Pakistan Balasaro Bapriku in Belulu Moshanebu Apodoni Yinikan Pan Belulu Kugolo Hekot Pardishu Gila Gabol Gilma Mashel Guris Luma Babo Maruka Ragi Zigu Gigi Munkamtra Namru Pakalamu Zukina Gili Lanu Saju Mashanara Sarabolim Parmanatu Sisi Mashinana Aruna Ramangi Dumutuku Arakagi Luguru Persidor Kilman Gaigol Sikor Neneki Gorne Beru Get Namtalaku Barotuku Kutuku Agaku Mashkar Sana Sakari Mashti Sharu Malaba Kakadagu Dorma Rakor Bormorutu Bora Kurius Sarulu Parmaski Tutu Dediku Kim Lugar and Makia Barotuku Nada Lugar and Makia Bang Robishu Saroli Munambana Tatu Zari Mashikaranu Zulumaran Darabo, Kibila in Taramartu, Daga, Tukumash Mashti, Sori Masha, Gor Sugori Masha, Dorsu, Serapiku, Babara Suzukanpa, Lugarap, the board, Agni boy, at Kingu Baradimu, Aru, Kakudamu, Minuam, Kashti. We are also to know for us whom is found perfect before the Nethanumid of Kamil Shinyu. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life, and the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Onofris, the justified one. We are he who is clothed in the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nathanim of Kamiel Shinyu. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nathanim of Kamiel Shinyu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. As the Huri Samakara, Sara Kefta Kark Puyan Abo and Ari Sotsabo Heru Puan Hetem to Keftan never to share. Kark Puyan so Hojaram Jet to Nishratnet of Mutnet Tari Tam to Urti to Admatu Netarpa Barni to a Barni to. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all said our heart is keen from darkness to be released to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with Aru's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinemiton Ket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Nofris will confirm. Lady Alset and Neb also Abi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation, disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikim linus kirili staksare pertu marti kurti kurni lituk niishli via lua mesher gen mesh shari lusa yansi emila or pul mukjirsha isa ya riega biesha jilika tu piera laka isa ya ru riega limu tu kurnu kima kutri litili shami ina zumri ina Zumria riega ina zumria biesha ina zumria ziali ina zumria dutera ina zumria ataka ina zumria tatatera zumria latatex ina zumria takarupa ina zumria tasarnika nish mashkaptu lutam tunu nish and kipel kimberly lutam tunu nish matluk mashalani lutam tunu nish kishpar kamikunu lutam tunu ina zumria lutapasama ya runeni ba neni ba perik ba agabaez ba gabor ba gabaez ba gaba is Bakabar, Akabar, Bagabar, is Akbar, is Paterik, Perik, Paterik, Perik, Benanim, Baronani, ya, 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 Korbor, ya, ring by Gara, Gor, ring by Wara, eh, ya, 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 Eki, Yaxakaki, Asatuti, Eki, Asori, Eki, Ekutulu, ya, ya. Om Shrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Om Shrim Hrim 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 Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Om Shrim Hrim 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 Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Om Shrim Hrim 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 Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Hrim 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 Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Hrim 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 Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Anushubangi Suki Shargiga Gorshadi Sisara Mara Yading Korut Kalamas Nikudin Kapni Nakuryuna Kukariash Mukutu Ziana Kampasi Kia Kampagolu Bara Nanta Bara Shakpara Gimbara Lord Bara Lord Bara Maskin Bara Utupara Ipapara Lalatuba Para Lala Subara Koru Bara Uruku Bara Kigolor Bara Lady Bara Utu Zuladin Nazu Lala Zuladin Nazu Higim Zuladin Nazu Mula Zuladin Zu Tingel Edin Nazu Maskim Soledin Nazu Bare Edin Nazu Zigiana Kampa Ziki Kampa Munusik Sigag Bare Yeni Nagi Shashor Kishnu or Masha Zigar Bare Sigar Sharbar Naik Si Sharman Zigar Namsa Yeni Dori Sharki or Kuak Bartin the Goo. Dianum dea starasavito mandaria mandia varti nariana saji serisana sani visti kiora varma kolokuro avan kariti hari haran maya vaputor sanka karanam karan mantra om hram mitra yarnama om hrim ravar yarnama om soya yarnama om hrim barnav yarnama om hram karyanama om hram pusay namaha om hram herang bar harigat namaha om hrim marik harigat namaha om hrum marik yarnama om hrim savitra namaha om hram karya namaha om hram baskara namaha Om Ram Hrim Hum Hrim Hram Hra Sari Korsori Yana Yarna Mahaparasika Yashas Namaskaranye Karvante Dene Dene Ayo Prasam Balam Peram Tishas Tesam Kaja Yarte Om Kring Kring Hong Kring Monkeru Soro Hong Kring Bang Shamashkashapia Kashapia Episha Mushta Pishtia Matinor Kutoshula Lino Shulu Lizurbu Ure Hatoko Epita Shoro Kima Mana Tuina Dikili Tushunuli Mutuma Nakulu Yi Shunulini Shunumanaku Lordinin Shunuliti Shurmanakulu Tari Tarama Saluti Shakasharti Sharushi Rapushi Shurpiotki Shupuyushi Gergo Kosharpa Kampabang Gibigera Gebirke Fu Mana Yandu Shilani Aliani or Mariarki Gispori Yai Yazidin Yara Kampa Inki Moru Korsanito Shabubana Shamtorina Gispar Bagi Bil Bagiarazi Kampa Kama Nurlu Shariuli Kam Kunushi Shariuli like Hornoshi Shariulini Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Sharu you look at Kunushi Shariu Danila Kutina Zumaria Lira Taprasama Agamasaratu is Masarati Sharmoshi Churu Shishari Muti Zanima Lani Rabuti Shimayara Parati Dina Dina Loti Linda Osikunushi Lani Mushiti Masaratis Masarati Bites Masaratu it's Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Yarabornish Mashkari Yamasaratu 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 Zikia Kampapa Kolomonetri Yashatapara Masaratu Baraha Vishnu Kim Visnarver, Namahom Sam Kumbararia, Namhadu Mutev Kubera Dember Koro Teprom Vidatu Bumidevia Meton to Mutev Nuxekaru Mariak, in and Tepisaram Tari, Neket, Tausu Koreate, Yerte September City, Tuxultora Tata, Isara Home, Misanari Yatamha, Omiam and Dry Yatam Hakopstrom and Drom Tesustak, Naya Metam Kopistrom Nuxek, Satana, Section Takis Wexaka, Tek, Ananeka Bekta, Nanki Ser, Tepsaruda Pek, Merkula, Kutulu Tata Raka, Agniom Ramanari Yatnam Homam Yamari Yatnam Haha, Piat Momam Saratu Taratia, Meran Harati, no Karpi, Sekisat Naam, Sexoro, Nan Tesek or Ek, Ruine Care, the Ekor Ekortan, Anek Marmatuyan Vian Rean Ginari Tiraksa Samraksasariat Namha Varunariat Namhaim set Varuna Vaudata Sramalaya Metanim set Nukim set Sekisaranam Saksaruna Paik Minset Senu Tunikupitera Mautum Rotas of Sitting Garanak Baziting at Kabazabeo Vayom Vayor Vertam Hada Marsiri Merkala Molulu Mormatu sitting at Anakabaziting at Kabalo Tupu Korata Kulu Tata Raka as had to Titakala Yardu Yadlangi as a bale. Omprim Bramartner Namhat Bramadam Maharu Magsaratu Suraya Badak Praduk Pakapra Capra 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 Capru Capra Capru Nebuket Caprasha Capripram Raha Morulu Azakuti Takala Nisratin Abu Mahaja Jata Saramas Fata Mukat Sapsakis to Nebanaru Tefnes of Pernet her. Om Prim Krom Sajariyartam Hom Prim Shrim Chandrayartam Hom Aim Prim Shrim Mangalyartam Hom Aim Shrim Bamburiyartam Ha Om Prim Brahmraspatayartam Hom Aim Prim Shrim Shukrayartam Hom Prim Shrim Samshanachariyartam Ha Om Aim Prim Robertam Hom Aim Prim Ketugartam Hajab Gusum Sankasham Kashia Piyamaha Dayortim Tamorim Sarva Papakinam Pranatosnin Divakaram Dari Shankatu Shara Barn Kishore Tanav Basam Papam Namami Shishartam Somam Champur Mugur Tabushartam Darani Garba Samputam Vyayut Kanti Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamagalam Pranamamiam Preyangu Galega Sharmam Roperta Pratimam Burham Somya Guru Pertam Tamburham Pramamayaham Devaran Chari Sher Nam Chagurum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Butam Trilokisham Tam Namami Brias Fatim Imankuntam Rina Labam Yar Ramparmam Puram Sarva Sasra Pravaktaram Parikavam Pranamam Yaham Nelanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamagrajam Chachari Yamartanda Samputam Tam Namami Shaneswara Motakariam Mahavyariam Chandradi Gavimardanam Samikal Garbasam Purtam Tamrahum Pranamami Ham Parasa Pushpasam Karsham Tarak Graham Mastakam Rorom Kuram Tam Ketum Pranamami Hamam Pramam Rodi Tripota Kari Barusha Shibumi Suta Burasha Kurusha Shukura Shani Reu Ketu Sarva Graha Mama Super Prantam Kurume Shanti on board wars for on Tanza Vitor Variam Parikorvasia Denimio Yonaha Pratchodaya Tom Tata Swaha Hariam Tata Swaha Nanasing Yanamrasi Yasini Yanana Saman Ganasai Yakampa Magabati Yanana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kama Kanpa Yag Magia Sagastena Kiash Taklush Nabu Corios Morcorios Yastro Turiankar Yazir Nabu Mozarsi Fornis Kanpa the Saka Shen Talas Kanpa Nabos of Thanatos Kanpa Yagashia Sashia Kukolomaniash Yamagra Ladies Ishtori bari Yagusheria Yarnani Ashtaba Marcha Kareni Yaramilo Yachi Kanpa Inana Ziarma Kampa Bizarma Kapaya Yabe Zarolor Mashuru Yadure Yarazolorshi Sakatamana Yatariet Atarele Yubertala Katamarni Yakanpazi Garudu Yakanpazi Garustu Yakampa Zishta Zerakuzi Barudukan Payashta Kampa Yan Gomas Baru Nargomas Baru Yarta Gorya Yarzian Kakampa Yan Gayazirin Yaningia Kampa Yazin Gernin Yakampa Yakantala Makia Tarakampa Marukumu Marukumu Isgale Yardagi Agari Amakbabor Nesia Marupu Yatuku Sorim Sukorim Sarim Sakarima Gisana Kana Bealu Kurku Inim Kamano Yarduki Adara Yazi Partu Balu Berteriku Perlinim Kamarno Ninim Kamarno Yardu Yarndara Yazi Partu Balu Belteriku Bagaka Kampabelzi Zag Batbazak Baron Noiserli Enushubam giga psuki giga gorja shishia mora yaringuru klama siniku dinkardina kuryuna chraminku karia shishukmu kundu sakari baksana kesana mbal kuku Om Hayagrivar Yarnamahom Misvnar Yarnamahom Kisavar Yarnamahom Arushadar Yarnamahom Govindar Yarnamahom Perakari Yarnamahom Visnar Yarnamahom Vismbarari Yarnamahom Harari Yarnamahom Umari Yarnamahom Sarvagisari Yarnamahom Sarvardar Yarnamahom Santana Yarnamahom Neradar Yarnamahom Nerakarar Yarnamahom Nerisari Yarnamahom Neru Pararvar Yarnamahom Nirajanarya Namom Niskalankarya Namom Nitapataya Namom Niramaria Namaha Siranaramaria Namahom Sakserne Namahom Saranyaya Namom Sarvarakarya Namom Srimarke Namom Mukafrisaya Namom Sivaria Namaha Sarvasvar Parararia Namom Vera Varharte Namaha Verandaria Namom Veravarya Namom Paratarnaria Namaha Parnaria Namom Panyar Tre namahum punyaya namahum punyakatarya namahum parapararya namaha paramamarne namaha parasmat namahum parasarya namahum parasarya namaha pararya namahum sarvadavar makarya namahum veruser namaha verada kaparkarya namahum sagala pariperyaya namaha niskalarya namahum sarvesvrakarter namaha maksa marjana mudrayukta hastarya namaha vara paradarya namahum parna porusarya namahum srastarya namaha saranarya namahum parameswararya namahum santarya namaha dantarya namahum jita krodharya namahum jita mitraya namaha jagamaya namahum janmamurtararya namahum jivarya namaha jayadarya namahum jadyarna sanarya namaha Japa Priya Yartamom Japa Studya Yartamom Japa Kurte Namom Priya Kurte Nama Vibhav Yartamom Vimal Yartamahom Visvarupar Yartamahom Visvakuptre Nama Virustar Yartamahom Virum Visnus Vastutya Yartamaha Santidar Yartamahom Santikakara Yartamaha Sraya Prararya Namom Sruti Maria Yartamom Sraya Sampatari Yartamom Isvarar Yartamahom Masutari Yartamaha Umaranta Rupari Yartamom Pranardar Yartamom Priti Patari Yartamaha Uma Bhaktari Yartamom Vayakarupari Yartamahom Sarvar Saksen Yartamaha Tamoharar Yartamom Ajanak Sakar Yartamahom Jaratner Namaha Parnan Namaha Kandrav Sampari Yartamaha Janatarya Namom Patarya Namahom Yogyartha Namahom Yogisarya Namom Sarva Kamatarya Namaha Mahayogyartha Namahom Amorne Namaha Manasarya Namahom Srayasam Namahom Hamsarya Namahom Paramahasarya Namaha Visvaguptre Namahom Varaja Namahom Surha Partikarna Kasarya Namaha Jarta Martalas Murtarya Namaha Maria Marnyar Taryat Namaha Sarva Gisvarisvararyat Namaha Pranavorgita Haruparyat Namaha Vera Markar Martet Namaha Itisriha Griva Stutatara Marasatara Pali Manatayat Namahum Sariyat Namagarayat Namahum Kalibukarayat Namahum Amita Pakaramariat Namahum Misatariat Namaha Umaravariyat Taryat Namahum Vinukurabariyat Namahum Visnupriyayat Namahum Verustakiyat Namaha Vitamariyat Namahum Visatarayat Namahum Sasariyat Namaha Satrusudariyat Namahum Safaramandi Tariyat Namaha Prakratudai Namahum Amita Kararya Namahum Karavasa Panayat Namaha Marahistudariya Namahum Karuparya Namahum Valayat Namaha Vasukarya Namahum Paraparaya Karya Namahum Parakararya Namahum Vamswaradaniyat Namaha Vasudavasana Yart Namahum Varapasitarya Namaha Viparapasarari Namum Paritikamaria Namum Tamoruparya Namaha Dharpikararya Namaha Darindararya Namum Kasapatamarjarya Namahum Kalaruparya Namahum Yugarapariya Namaha Uganda Daria Namahom Rasmi Fantaria Namahom Nami Katraria Namaha Tesva Priya Yartamom Visvambararia Namahom Samkala Parana Yarnamaha Sankapalaria Namahom Sambupriya Yarnamahom Saranaria Namaha Pakasara Set Namahom Papasara Yarnamahom Pramadaria Namaha Prankadaria Namahom Prankandaria Namahom Bhakti Pasya Yarnamaha Pataraskaria Namahom Parusara Set Namahom Bhagya Vardana Yarnamaha Baba Basararia Namahom Taskaria Namaha Rakrisarya Namahom Sivaria Namahom Karavaria Yartamam Purnaria Namahom Punya Yartamaha Punya Kartaria Namahom Parasaria Namahom Parakaria Namahom Niskalia Namahom Prapara Yartamaha Kurtakaria Namahom Sarsaria Namahom Sartaria Namaha Dantaria Namahom Nityada Namaraya Namaha Savapuja Yartamam Savakaraya Namahom Nerasaya Yarnamom Neranjanaria Namaha Maya Vatarya Namam Saranya Yartamam Sarvatadaya Karya Namaha Jarani Yarya Namam Avyatarya Namam Vayataruparya Namam Taro Haraya Namaha Yogisvaraya Namam Karanaya Namaham Valarya Namaha Brahmakarine Namam Sankarandakarya Namam Jitu Kurharya Namaha Jivarya Namam Jayatarya Namam Japapriya Namam Visvaruparya Namam Virustarya Namaha Virum Vravstutyaya Namaha Shraya Pradarya Namam Pranadaria Namam Vishnu Toparya Namam Guptarya Namam Guptararya Namam Rahavastraya Namam Bhagdakta Pusarya Namah Bhujangarya Namah Bhayaruparya Namah Sarisapaya Namah Sakara Ruparya Namah Kalrubustarya Namah Parapartikarya Namah Susumnar Parimarya Karya Namah Faniravi Busarya Namah Nadragindraya Namah Nargada Varta Stutara Santar Namavari. Nesjor kurster rosu kurlis migri verschrin argnos kur bernolcher enser turchar gerd morsjur or sensuer archese her creer der smuren chers se her terga la brasser mercen trior juter de soorsta ard ern Anator emergeren spior neor mearn tierne forma tierne formentis dur la bred ber tu smör nercher crete tu antroiur gardulduin antar der amarxan spior darum Altul sangun rudanta androgen jakulun pernet certa na moshuer ser bernet certa mo shul na chi pernet cer mese mo narbior de se pernet certe mo narbior de me der nerv sardur saula se ashul ashul deri fardur Mörne ere am harches dar viul neoi carnias nori concerts nori bern sern ser siul serne ser de serna merna massa siul fir hela certa morbre massa siul menardi hirbi der is bier der search folkar der for gus for certa fjur ani as adeorne akrod ze akrod cherich fena trio akrornes mergusner bienio mean siul en crude argus en biul en trio Achior mi sedor morsho sent antar ter an macagus an spioner me era papernach no la chiro berach nach eor me seret kusor karstjör ne bernias liom fene kusmor byrfjur ruder birti erli erge fjordi natur te algus fjordi na es narcheve Fen jornis Gos orgarch diurne bernes lium fein. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Merte Ramme Ramme Mano Ramme Sasturna Taturian Ram Naam Varnarne Umvene Karya Namahoma Kanantaria Vetat Marhe Pakratundaria Dear Mahitanundanti Prachudaya Pakratunda Mahakarya Soria Kuti Samaprava Nyorkonom Kurume Devasarvo Korye Shusarvana Shri Guru Sharas Rosh Rajneesh Marne Mukure Surhovar Nuragu Varvi Moja Sujorda Kupar Charburhi Hintar Munjani Kusumiro Pavan Kumor Borburhi Vidya de Humo Rahu Kolis Vikorje Hariman Gan Gun Sukorje Karpisti Hun Loku Jargar Ram Tutar Lit Paradharma Jani Putra Pansur Namha Mahavikram Bajarangi Kumeti Nivarsimeti Kesanki Kanchan Vera Vorej Kupes Karan Kundoku Jikesa Hos Wardu Warjen Virage Karte Morchare Hosorjes Horus Vankeslin and Dandesh Pratama Jagvandan Vivan Gunia Teacher Toram Koshkari Bekua Tor Prabhu Tariter Surbe Korasia Ramla Kansita Manbasia Sri Guru Saraj Rose Rajnesh Mane Mukure Surha Parlora Guvarvi Mocha Surjo Jaku Forjor Puritin Terdur Jaratnik Kasumiro Povan Kumar Borburi Vidyato Hubohe Harahu Kolesor Vikarje Hariman kan kun Sikarje Karpis Tihun Loku Jargaram Tutata Limparta Manjani Putra Pavan Sutna Mahavikaram Pashangi Kumartini Varsumeti Kesaniki Kajan Vara Village Supesikaran Kudokuchi Kesa Hoth Vosro Udu Borje Viraje Konate Mortni Jarvi Husorjes Korsuvan Kasanin and Dantesh Pratap Mahajagpatan Vidyavan Kunia Teacher Torgram Kashkari Bekua Tor Prabhu Charita Sulbikoras Ramla Kansita Manbasia Searchma Rup Dari Siarki Karba Bikar Rup Dari Ranka Jaraba Marup Dari Asur Sankarde Ramachandra Kikasan Varte Varye Sarchivan Kanjiardi Shriya Rugu Verjarashi Hora Ye Ragu Partikin Hibagu Para Tumam Priyari Parati Sambai Haspatan Tumharo Yashkarve Uskar Hishri Parikakra Karve Sankardik Pramari Munesan Ratsarat Sarira Esa Yom Kubord Borjan Teka Vikavuika Hisake Hante Tum Ubkosugravahin Kerna Ramyaria Raja Paratera Tumharo Mantra Viparshan Parnavakas Warbar Yesu Jag Jarna Yuksahasra Jojan Far Barnuli Yurtari Marvur Parcharnu Prabhu Mutrik Merli Murke Mahe Jala Telanki Gavi Arasharajnai Hedorga Amkarshjagar Gejarta Turka Anugraha Tumriti Teram Duare Tumbrare Uanaria Birnu Posarde Subsukrahe Tumhari Saharan Tumrakshar Kahukor Darda Panter Shamharu Pater Hulu Karter Karpe Borpe Sashnikar Narhinar Vema Verjab Naran Sun Ve Nasaro Gare Sabheraja Parnaran Tarhanaman Pera Sankatse Hartnaman Jorte Ve Man Karam Vashanjian Julve Sapararamra Tapas Vera Jatin Kerkas Tum Sarja or Amanwa Jokwell Besor Hiami Jer Ben Parpa Pajaran Yuk Parta Tamhara He Parsi Jigar Tuji Yara Sarus Sanket Tumbrakwara Sornikaran Ram Duhare Ashta Serhi Nar Nerhi Keratau Swarder Jan Gimarta Ram Rasi Yan Tumhara Pasasara Rahura Gubarki Dasa Tamhara Bajan Ram Kupa Charam Jaram Ked Durbisrave Ant Kar Dragu Ver Porja Charam Jaram Bhari Bakha Ordita Chernarar, he Harnuman Ser, he Sarvisukar, he Sakankate Mirte Saptera Jus, Mera Hanuman Baber, JJ Harnuman Gosing Kripakaru, Guru de Tiarna, he Jusar Parkar, Gor, he Jorte, he Padli Mahasuko, he Joya Parte, Hanuman Charisa, Hori, yes, Eri Saki Goris, to Sierra Sara, Hare, Chera, Korje, Das Hordari, Emin, Derap, Varna. Sankar Haran Mengkau Mur Auram Lakan Sita Sahita Daria Basasor Bu O Maharaga Vajrosi Savarja Raja Hum Pam Hur Ganesh Ranam Charindi Varnyam Hum Namahur Om mem hrim shrim mem glum mem namo bhagavate vadahi varihi varihi varahumuki varahumuki anantini namaha rumperkutini namaha jampajapini namaha mohe mohini namaha stambastambini namaha sarvadusta pradusaram sarvesavas parksi dasak chormukati jiwa sambaram kurukura sakram vasyam em glum tai ta ta umasarya vahat swaha Ishtar, Ishtar, Ishtar. Ani mani mane mamane shira shari te shami shabi tai sana mukta mukuti abi shabi 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 shaya gini sinti shabi tarari oro ke bahas shari nebi ta bantara nebi ta tandora shudai kuri mikuri yarari yarari shuya shasama sana bibori kari je tere daru mauri sherte so yenu kishara basha basha shudai matar mashara oro toru kishara shara shatari ya paramana yanataya sararama korori Imoki are rata nede nede da de chi nedi chi chiari nada tonari Nabi Kunabi Akina Kuri Kandadi Sandadi Matui Chukuru Boru Shani Gachi Debi 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 Ruka 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 Taka 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 Arta Tana Arta Tara Tana Kushare Tana Shure 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 Hachi Boresene Suruparane Baratani Sho Baratani Sho Yaha Batani Sho Batani So Yahabi Shani So Yenikarani So Yahakara Sukara Rate Sarabasuya Musikara and I Sarabasaru Moserte Sarabasaru Kyusharaya Togira Shinabiki Aritai Anya Manya Mana Mamane Sirikarita Sama Samita Visanta Mukta Mukta Tama Sama Ave Sama 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 Jaya Saya Sata Samita Darani Loki Visarapit Sari Nidhiru Amitari Niviste Amitari Parisuli Kuli Mukuli Arade Padari Sukanksi Sama Sama Bula Peru Kita Dama Parixite Samgonar Kusani Koring Bye bye bisutani mantro mantro sarat terror uruk sar yak saya vartaya vakulu balura manya tayis va hajvala mahajvalu kitu kimuki kara porta noti notvati tini bitini sitini notivati Nurkyarni Swaha Tate Nate Panata Te Anari Nari Kunadi Swaha Gari Kadari Kumtagni Pukasi Sankuli Perusali Sisi Swaha Itimi Meru Heswaha Adana Dana Pate Dana Patari Dana Kusala Dana Sarhari Sarhada Pari Puri Pasiani Savarani Avartani Sampatani Samaparixite Samgane Katani Dama Parixite Sabra Sarva Kuslor Karte Seme Virkati Deano Parti Vatani Patari Svaha Sasakam Sahu, Ong Hong Shong, Gong Hong Shong, Ong Hong Shong, Gong Tong, Go, Bangkani So, Ong Gankring, Gong Gisor, Gong Hong Sham, Ong Hung Shring, Ring, Gong Hiru Sorara, Ong Pam Du Mong Grang, Gong Pam, Gong Grang, Gong Krang, Gong Krang, Gong Pam, Ong Chong Xing Shung, Ong Krang Hing, Ong Chong Xing Shung, Ong Kring Shing Hing Hing, Eng Vam Dum, Chong Xing Shung, Gong Bisor Hung Shing Gong Shring, Ring Arara, Ong Hero Sor, Bong King So, Gong King, Vong Du Hung. Dainichi naora mposho datu fama shuku naora maxio ki humu shu naora manana sambava tramira naora teja hara humpu shu naora mogi sirayo kushi naora huru kantari matangis baha bujure bosu no namo bagabarte sinsayo rurus volus volatis sulkaran sarvas ranis baha sor kanjis ai bosu Lolix Vaha Daisy Shibosu Sam Chamchasas Vaha Tarabosu Namasmata Boharam Corona or Babetara Tarinis Vaha Sinju Sengin Kanji Saibosu Vasar Armada Ibatu Kanji Saibosu Mantram Papa Humpat Vaha George Kanji Saibosu Mahakurun Karis Vaha Jortai Kanji Saibosu Kalekori Kordis Vaha Norin Kanji Saibosu Parmeser Malish Val Concorsata Vasra Sat Vaha Hartia Bosu Tishri Shuta Pijari Svaha Fortune Bosu Samis Vam Monjo Bosu Maramakana Maroko Bosu Om Tres Vaha Jizo Bosu Maha Smari Svaha Kokorzo Bosu Namar Kasagarbadi Omali Kamali Muli Svaha Nikol Bosu Omni Gotis Vaha Kokol Bosu Om Kamarbadi Svaha for Lord my own Amasamanta Vashanam Kandamorosanas for Torija Hum Tradham goes under my own Sunabani Sunbahum Shashrum Pat Kunvari my own Mantrum Pat Gaitor my own Sri Kalarupa Hum comes Vaha Kongoriash my own Pashrayax Humais and my own Maraka First Release of Vashal Sarvajahum from home Kuchaku my own Marora Kratis Vaha Boko Jam Kubai Svaha Kongo Sangun Gwenum First Rock Sarancha Humsvaha Zenishi Doji Janasi Svaha Chikukutum Sarara Pramarana Svaha Tomotenum Space Rabana Yasvaha Bentaitunum Saraswati Svaha Tekukutrum Maha Karari Svaha Kichi Jotunum Mahal Sri Svaha Karitaimum Turumali Harite Svaha Tekini Tirobri Svaha Morishiti no Marsi Svaha Teshukungit Nomrikaum Svaha Ushobhajana Vajani Precious Tastor Mamshushar Vakarnatrum Goni Porarni de Vivarti Prandiaranu Pratam Charasi Pishvahar de Om Devikari Anyai Namaha Kariyari Mahamadhyama Madhyama Yogini Deshwari Nangup Surkam Devi Parti Mekur Namaha Isero Soros Sorte Diare Kata Demeter Karrier Nana Darga Kichimarni Torna 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 Ombor Barbaswa Hatasa Vitarvaniam Batkodo Vasia Derma Hidigon no Prachurayar Ipsos Ipsos Shipshos Cornashanta Turuta Turorata Ru Totora Ru Abrahadabra Gong Ang Heng Yang Gong Krang Kring Kung Bongong Hung Shring Kutong Gong Gong Dong Bong Malapaka Kidagu Gadar Marata Garbaradu Kakudamu Wadu Kakudamu Zari Mashikaranu Erkingu Baradimu Erkingu Baradimu Zari Mashikaranu Zadu Kakudamu Wadu Kakudamu Lugarar Marata Garba Malapaka Kidagadu Kakudamu Zari Mashikaranu Erkingu Baradimu Aru Kakudamu Lugarar Marata Garba Malapaka Kidag Om Trambaka Mehen Sukumdi Pusti Varharamor Varu Kamiba Banat Mur Ocheri Erter Namaha Rim rim hum hum chom chom krum krum mahakupjere ke chom krum krum rim shrim 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 hum hum rim rim shrim shrim chom chom krum kubjikar krum chom shrum hum hum amarea griforana nukor or wasiken hole shukrai ardamha shum shrim hrim vasram mete hi shukrai svaha Krim 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 Kali 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 Hum Svaha Sarva Vistar Verdehi Me Mahakali Ger Namaha San King Jo Lang Tian Jun San King Jo Ju Wolang Ting Jun Om Bram Hartnam Ser Harje Brahmim Partum Vermanaria Vermahe Karanya Gorb Harya Dermahitanu Brahma Prajurayarom Chatorum Korye Virmahe Sro Darya Dermahitanu Brahma Prajurayat Om Hrim Shrim Krim Solsa Chagambam Brahma Om Brahma Jashanam Pratar Mampurush Sadvihi Marapushor Venavaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Guru Sakshar Param Brahma Tashmeshwari Guruvaya Namaha Ushak Neptep Ketvintiam Kaipita Horror Yafim Ketnebos Ketu Dunisur Hafr Subastira Shui Udam Snap Udam Besek Nemhart Alamius or Tiu Tutor Metimaran Tu Foruru Kermiusha Keru Nekenu Kermentian and Tepsera Keru Neb Herusha Kriu Nepaboya Neptemtim Sabuarium above. I heal Chikrikid Nepul Nahem Neforches or Hepare Fetcharbu Trampreum Tur Serbo Circulo Riti Renriti Avinketor Vinker Normorda Magisa Shepherd Vego Turn Nuri Turvenia Tomoskil Dunskirdia Pioria Yurduf Fin Fredley Ortin Frigerta Free Verjäger Gears with and yes, Gods with Derek Vitar Derek Motor Brand Fiotti Carfoti Crovin Wig Garbis Garbir Segir Rosum Skjor för Livskjor Dongskjor Fischer Mingjering Begering Gegenskjor Fjul of alla Haran Haran Karin Kosin Koroskjor Nipi Friendi Biflindis Vidars Vidri Gold Georg Friednur Hefger Meosun Trafium Fimbutil Slidir Ridley virkelig dergeo morspel neerfaamel begarker gonker je meer ook wel meer och dir med bor i bor bästa ortin villi besun mongon berkel med ostri västri nordri sydri midgar alltså norfi neit nangla fari ondar narti orte relingal ser deskin taxi rim taxi murn di färdi unisolo varkas vins bier jörki bergier sergsi mur wir finskjor häti hornini senior vid ritar logritchen vinkar mosorgnetori näti nuotri suotri ostri vestri atiro forlin Norne nervin tendi frumba forbom bor nori oti un nor en mor vigner vigardo fito florin fili kili for din velvi tror inte litor när räkratsvin drap ner lodvartberg hårdhalstarri herlio kloin dori odi dorfan vari hepti fili horsiari orvelier lofaskir piuskarpir hei alf ingi arkitskärti folkfrosti fiki dar Jagdfresiaruquer Sverdandi Slepnia Skålbredar Krednia Himing Björk Bereskep Heneskep Geble Arfim Erblein Weblein Harsvig Spasun Spasali Vilunimins Lovla Sart Vas Neurodin Fri Lorki Avinar Yama Parna Yavis Nonda Maria Mana Samaria Visariama Garsnar Burtadaria Vistararia Taraya Samsara Sagatarati Viartuni Makarande Parimala Paribogaskarande Sriparti Padari Vende Babaria Ketcher Devarande Saryapi Bera Pagarme Nartha Tarva Hamna Mamakinas Vam Samudro Hitaranga Gvarga Karna Samudro Nataranga Udir Taranga Nakar Biharda Nuljada Nujar Kurmyatra Mitrasa Source Tetterstel Vartina Babartikim Babateraskara Matsya Dipravatarai Ravatarava Vartasartava Surdam Paramesvara Paripario Bavata Babarpa Pirto Hamda Modara Gunamantiera Sundara Bandara Vindarko Vinda Babar Jalarti Matarnandara Paramam Darama Panariya Vam Menariana Karuna Maria Sararnam Karvane Tavarko Koronoriti Sarpari Marie Vardana Saroja Sarava Sartu Iti Srimat Parama Hamsam Parivrajara Sia Sri Govin Darba Garna Porjiar Pardasia Sri Machakara Bhagavarta Kortosar Paristotram Sampurnam Kuperodananda Srida Raja Rojo Dana Swara Dana Shame Pratar Modara Dario Danika Priya Daxinio Damira Rata Daya Varto Dara Vrata Davia Laksara Samparno Tina Rati Jara Raksarka Danya Lakshmi Samarajo Daya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupo Dharma Puri Dharma Samaraksano Sarka Neris Voro Nera Lambo Neri Nampari Palaka Niaranta Nyaguna Koranis Karmo Niruba Raba Navar Narka Samarajo Navar Sankya Pravortaka Manyaskatra Parti Sama Hakola Kanan Pieta Yarshniko Yashna Sarta Yashna Burjarka Rasarka Ka Raja Kandro Ramardi Soranjarku Raja Porjerta Visra Parsta Pastia Viyarka Mana Marnasa Vijayo Vimalu Vardio Vanduru Jana Varsala Peru Paisa Priyatarmo Verlagi Visvotor Muka Sorve Yarto Soranarta Sorva Sarti Samanveta Samandararta Sarnia Sorva Parndarni Vraka Suprita Suraba Surma Sorva Karyar Tutarndarara Samagana Priya Saksarti Paparvasri Virajerta Svaharna Sampritua Kirana Pravrtaka Vyorkara Samprita Tarsvartarna Priya Allah Kapurama Vasi Ahankara Vivarjitu Darbotia Rutarma Verba Vuna Vavaranarna Kinara Suvesa Ravana Kaka Paravartaka Stalakshmiya Samaryuta Vyagdumala Vikraha Lukaratyu Loka Paliu Loko Pandiu Sulaksana Sulaba Surmarika Surdo Sankarat Narni Priya Santa Sutana Kuno Petasus Vato Surankya Varha Sarvaga Marshnu Surmati Sarvete Bagana Karanama Sankarastarara Srimam Param Jorti Parapara Samardikura Sapana Saranyo Dinavarsala Paropakari Papagna Tarundi Yasarnatni Pa Danta Sarvaguro Berta Surendra Sampe Varvava Visvatiartu Vita Barjana Tarna Sukiarta Prata Kale Partetsu Trem Suserbur Vertene Terna Pramnuti Brusa Sriyam Devendra Samni Bhamiti Sri Kuber Stotram Om Yaksharya Kuberaya Vishravarnya Danatarnya Dipatarye Danatarya Samrite Meyer Terita Parya Swaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Shrim Hrim Sverishvararya Namaha Om Hrim 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 Shrim Kumberarya Ashtalashmi Mama Krihe Danam Prarya Paraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Sahaswaha Om Hrim Yakshaya Kuberya Vishravarnarya Dana Akashanarya Sarvaloka Vasir Kararya Danatanya Aripatarya Danatanya Samruder Merderita Paryaswaha Om Hrim Shrim Kumbera Yartama Om Yaksharya Rajarya Virmarya Alkersarya Dermahit Kanar Kubera Prachudaya Zikia Kampasi Yana Kampasi Dingarkia Kampasi Dingarana Kampasi Gugidi Magampra Zikia Kampasi Yana Kampa Zikia Kampasiana Kampasi Dingerkia Kampasi Dingadana Kampa Kakumashkursana Zikia Kampasiana Kampa Zikia Kampasiana Kampasi Dingerkia Kampasi Dingadana Kampa Lugolabra Bora Nimpo Zikia Kampasiana Kampa Om Namahum Trar Pararenusurum Parum Morga Gatamatreya Surum Banyarkosari Sameta Brahma Saraswati Shara Rupa Shiva Vishnu Beravado Karambi Om Sunbani Sumbahum Vajrahum Vat Om Shrim Hrim Klim Glom Parpataya Varavarat Sarvajaran Me Vashamana Yeswaha Tarpurushari Vidmaya Bagratundari Adel Maitanu Dandi Prajuraya Om Sharti Om Karhari Yaksayartama Om Ganpatari Yatnamaha Om Lambroda Rayar Nama Om Ring 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 Om Magaradaya Vidarmahe Vagratundari Adir Mahitanu Danti Prachudayat Om Shrim Ring Kring Dum Jwala Shurili Asyaya Jamana Yasya Sarvastrum Samhara Kshema Labam Kurudushta Graham Patsva Arunam Kuruna Terangita Shindrukta Pashan Kusha Push Bhabana Char Par Mariarti Bivara Fruta Mayukara Hametiel Valibapar Yebavarnim Shri Maharajni Shri Marsene Shanes Vari Chitani Kuda Sambuddha Devakari Sambudyata Odia Parusa Srapa Charuparu Saman Panatirtas Varaga Svarupa Pashatya Krura Kurum Kushujwala Manorupekshu Gordana Panchatan Matrasaya Kanisha Runa Prabhapura Maja Brahmarana Mandala Champaka Shoka Pornarika Sorgati Karasika Chakuru Vindamani Shringen and Konakurtira Mandarti Ashrami Sondri Viprash like Estala Shorbit Muka Chandra Kalam Pambu Kana Pidishi Shakavaranas Maramakanya Ruhatara Cherika Bhakta Lakshmi Parikvaha Chalan Minapajul Charanavacha Panka Pushpa Bharna Satana Verachita Terakati Tetaskari Nasparana Pasura Kadan Manjari Krupakana Pura Manuhara Teki Kali Buddha Tapanundupa Mandala Padma Ragashia Darsha Paripavi Kapala Bu Nava Druma Pamashli Naikari Rana Char Beniogo Masusri Dipaturga Mantras Kisiapa Paramarasi Pratishanda Sri Dipaturga Tavatu Bisham Swaha Sakti Parkilakam Sri Piturka Prija Tamjapa Benioga Rasari Niasikrom Kariki Kasiara Pramara Sertamha Sarasi Pratishanda Sernama Mukesri Dipaturka Tapata Yatnamari Dion Bishari Yatnama who is Vahasakari Yatnama Padeo Fakari Yatnamha Namor Benioga Yatnama Sarpangiti Yarina Gusha Angutia Piam Namaha, Him Tarchani Piam Namahara, Mande Piam Namaha, Namika Piam Namaha, Krim Kanisya Piam Naman, Krom Karkara, Prasta Piam Namaha, Idikarania Sakromata Yart Namaha, Him some pieces Rasis Farm Sakaya for Saram Kapakayum, Nim 3 of us, Chromosra, Pretty Sanagin, books from me at the Banda Dianam de Patergamata very scratch for the Pini Dipakin Dipade, but as a room to me on Yamika Yakram Samapomicas, Amika Pusha, Pamima, I may make a Yatipam Krapi, Pramiram, Miki Yatipam Tarsiami from the letter Mika, Omniam Baham Periam, never Yamisum Sopamiki, Bukarapujam, Summer Pamisopan, Malamatromo, Male, Mahamaria, Sarpamatros, or the Pinicatropogus, Linias, Many. Si de Papa Guru Matrom Prim Sita Guru Priscilla Primas Sri Petrgatapantrom Krum Torke Rimehi of Asaya Pasaya Rimdum Torke Rim Kromum Paspas Neneas Kromara Yartamha Rim Supisis Razva Swaha Sikaya Swat Kabakaya whom named Traya Pasor Chromasore Patitis Nangi Nice books from me Artidic Mukutainam Dipatoriman Devi Scaris for the Pini Dipaki Dipade para serpam cakami kapuja play meka garam sumar pami kasami ke push pai jame vajam pai pami ke yam serpo para pujam sumar pami sumar panam ku yati ki trui pam keras makra pam chapam sire papatu me devi pras drama ister japanam talam malam trom van male sapete pam apriti tu subapa pavaso pam kurushi me patruya som fiariam kote mehi rin sidia namaha Hingenes grand hogno of Nazicores ertio bomos jolotorus urti umatli tascanito meo ev matierski papina hebjip becolore kender merio merni Norgoheim dalle verdi ve voorbaar weer torchuk voor het speelsje vier bos mo Egmont jokto voor boord nou bors voor bom mek porta je verbieuw nieuw merk heima neor je baby merk be me ran weer morgen ban Arbas orta bars je merk big big Avasa Sander Nesira Nes Volo neer Jokes Fonsiva neor gaming campus gunum gain grasse burgi Beer beers neer beursbomen beers as me gob merens corpusors kenens ornana salester tabas vos kron lukti sorbos sorden seri madam bendi Gorgorium heimen jor blue sort navy sea hevorserli arti Berni navy sea hevar minkin satisto slon navy su hevor Sarbi getting Gwinjin Quilu Workstool Kningle Cup of Bart Gatesh of Nick John Nicorn of Gorbu Morkin Hertu of Nick John Dagar Dornho Kaptan Kroma Terjoitu Satsiara La Belvi Bears Work Hor Portin Blue of Lolo Blue Orbs Mir Bubu at the Dalbo Matanges Gorbu or Blue Tefdui Torni Tirvu Guru for Brains Veterkis von Torkuli Uns Breabor Muborsa Major Morkor Morch of Jotunheimen Kinchin Gwinchin Quilubrux Roikinigal Boko Bart Dux Evriskiji for good sort of Skipjo Brains Brio Brains Legion Borbos Mochos near Monster of Brain of Porco or Indurina Nor Ben Mandlikin Morcom Cor Blue Fair Cora to Bu Sem Dorin Sagdi Horn Klo Vel Korea Bo Vikinga Niol S Bo Serdia Mer Sphere or Horgi Getia Pitch Magno Bolungo Hefa in Reg Nolokulum. Beranabrim Yavrin West from Luar Gor Lurs Embrace Brave der Win Mordin Embrace Mera Uka Terra Terra Turk Mogo Chila Piela Bix Omniste Torrent Terra Tor Bregeteron Overenden Turn Elephant Hund Risen Ding Tor Wig for Wig Lor Feorig Norinus Osiris Essie Fear to Free Echlin Mone Krumlun, comfort, 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 comfort. Elephant wind weer sending door Thurig, Nuen Osiris Esefir Tuflin Echlin Mone Krumblo Lun, Ros Waiwaros, Guerlere Servi, Colvi, Gluad, Twil, Prid, or Weed, Arosi, Aros, Consent. Difficile toerisme corumpreneus nasir penetus cor is vertivia en edeslentulis. Ipset cornien dominus serpens advis est narvis coris non difficili ser impossibili best investigarte. Domine dos omnipotens rexertium et aminos domine Deo men curios manu omnis victoria constitutum ne perdum contritur. Pret corporis neme visiu virum feminstem hobos ertoris man vicentis arverin marcum hel arverin cum hel arverin mach cum sexum in versum montrum parum dae natal velum in quantum draconis nertim orduntum nirtur vortem timon concertena sherator mogorsham sama usara shama usaya neutro vos betutus viltin ve Osikunu Shilani Mushiti Tikunu Osi Morshirtum Kalartum Kutum Tumosi Baritum Kabritum Namritum Ashashu Kashaptu Kashat Yarni Erlini Tumu Berarni Erli Yaus Hari Yaus Hisu Erli Yaeri Yamari Yambru Sanarku Indikula Salalumu Shawar Rakuim Tarna Lubi Yau Punti Yau Prosu Memashtitia Orbartu Eli no bu sertorti sieri diesi sardi mealorarni rabuti shimayara bardi tini diralo tilinda pu salam kashati ya ukashati ya sharipishia umoshtiepshipi ya ismasarati sharmushili shururu chishali multipishalu sarbuli sharnu shuru taptu sharibu amarli murti ya kimazalu litartu sharpushu kishpi kimatartili sharniki shurushe purtu hue petu shazuru kukolamatush malavasri nakibit ibu yalwani mushiatum Sermani yar napa grita pira dupira sermani yar napa grita pira dupira sermani yar ti pagritusni la dupira sermani ni sti pagritusni la dupira sermani ya ki max pagri dupira sermani yar na kukula arti tap Kerta dupira sermani ya na ekari tapsa dupira sermani ya ina skurpati tusni la dupira sermani ya na Pisha dori tapsau tu pira semani yarna kishpata pira tu pira siringaring yaring compasiring yaring compasiring yaring lule compasiring yaring lule compasiring yaring kurkorene compasiring yaring kurkorene compa siringaring dar shorim compasiring yaring da shorim compasiring yaring dula sa compa siring yaring dula saga compositing canon Rula, compositing canon Dila, compositing canon Meshira, compositing canon Meshira, compositing canon Martin, canon Lila, God, compa, sitting canon Nar, Maratin canon Lila, compa, sitting garces, Gish, Marsak, Bar, Dar, Nari, Darman, Bularma, compositing Gerbar, Bora, God, the Counting Gergi and Nergi, compositing Ganini. Dergarni dinkerandur yarn sagun gagata garnerne kanpa sitting Garana compositing Garkia compositing Garuki compositing Ganabu compositing Garishtar compositing Garshamashutu compositing Ganakor compositing Garmatu compositing Ganini Bador compositing Gari compositing Garanunaki compositing Ganinola Korkoraki compositing Ganinola Ninkoraki compositing Ganini Bipili Shorty compositing Ganini Korkoraki Kishi in Bapara Gekampa sitting Garanunar Natin Kerkaler Nerken Kanpa Kakamum Utsula Lazur Kitin Sulmulazur Kitin Kersum Maskin Sursiara Compositing Kia Compositing Kerin Lala Kor Karage Compositing Kenin Learning Korkoreke Compa Sitting Ganini Pipile Shareke Compositing Ganini Korkorake Compositing Garanuranding Kerkale Nerne compositing Ganana compositing Gerkia Compa Papa Rararte Matarta Papa Rarante Gernerne Azagara Sagbimur Natanam Tarkarasi Bimur Natan Utuxul Kurbimur Natal Lazur Karbimur Nerter Gitimzul Yarbimur Na Terkalazur Karbimur Nater Gesur Karbimur Na Terminal Bjarnar Hasbihar Barn Darden the Biesh Kasharti Arti Marnu Kashaptu Shatur Yutarni Jingshin Shin Shao Tai Sheng Tai Shing Ying Ban Working Kushe Ming Jing Gen Shin Shin Arning San Hung Yong Ju Po Wo Shan King Ji Jiro Li Ling Jinko Shin Jo Tan Ku Shou Shen Tu Hoi Tu Fin She Shin Jinglen Tong Ming Yang Shin Loken She Shin Ko Je Wei Shin Ho Shin Ho Ben Ke Shin Yen Jin Jin Shin Dan Yan Ling Wo Dong Jin Shi Shin Lan Yer Ro Ki Chang Ku Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Shen Jin Jo Ling Bo Tian Shun Nan Wei Shin Jing Di Ji Hun Po Wo Zhang Zhan Ming Qing Long Bai Wu De Jing Pen Yun Shu Wu Shun Wu Xie Wei Wo Shin Ji Ji Ru Li Ling An Tu Di Shin Shou Yan Qi An Jian Bu Guo Wan Ling Yu Ndo Zen Guan Tu Di Ji Ling Zhou She Yo Jie Borde Wan Jing Hoi Zheng Jing Dao Ne Wei Jing Ying Gian Fang Wei Bei Shou Tan Ting Tei Shang Yu Ming Shou Jie Jing Goi Yi Dar Do Yan Heng Li Jin Jing Dian Di Shin Zhou Dian Di Ji Ren He Ki Ban Shen Dong Zhong Zhong Zhu Hong Lang Tan Yun Và Phán Wei Xin Xi Wo Ji Ren Ling Bo Fu Ming Cô chợt đến căn lúa ra nà đốn con tại yon gián dù phụ dễ tu lên sa quay quán cây sinh chân sinh chu trần si dù bên chi xuống y bán cô bên gián nhãn nàn diễn dù với bà hải dĩ quên một quán chủ số chạy với vô gián trong hội chủ sản đấu kỹ trường cũng chỉ chiếu lý linh chẳng quán xén dỗ đán lý sinh chung 万几民间万有万业，现无现通常这内为为路路中无有正万有无限期是无限，定是无权保路单的用有关性有是一般现有公民像这些维吾的是维完全就利益是来定为有长单正为王性。ne yo pili le shen yan ming dong yoi yo xie wo ki ting ting jian zhun shun xian fu hu shen ren ji ji ru li ling shan jian xian jiu do yo xian jie xian jia jian shan jian wu yu lu xian kun di gan xian ling xia ban xian bei len yan 以零线关有人打就单就介入里零线用带就和这些书下就和前和复方徘徊一样，是有些人汉人安排来说一样东向，是说零复原是正常。现完蛋，佛有有命令个有。无情嘅人時間前路你嘅富有名就講有理有思想家度。 Namo herara nar dola yayer nar mo alia polo jerdi sobola ye porti sabordo poya mohe sardo poya mohe jalornija yeong sa pola pagi surla lora jer namo jiji limbo ye mengali ye polol jiri shifo la yang to pona molo la genji jili mohe pordo shame sapo wata do shopenga shi yun sapo sa do namo po sa do namo po Kemo fate do da jita goang polo ji lu jade jalo di shili mohe Potisado sapo, sapo mola mola, moji moji lito, yung julu julu, jemeng dulu dulu, fashe yedi mohe fashe, shedi dola dola, dilini shifola, Yejela jela mo pa mola muri li ji shina la shenfo la she fa shenfo la she ye hulu hulu mola hulu hulu jili sola jili shi Jili sulu sulu porti ye puto ye midili ye lula gentili saying ni napo ye mona sopo he sopo he mo he jito ye sopo he jito yo yi shipo la ye sopo he lo la gen chi sopo he mola lo La sopo he jila sengamu ke ye sopo mo he jito ye sopo he ji jila hajito ye sopo he boto mo jejito ye sopo he lo algentifo kera ye sopo he mopo le shengela Shesopo he namo hera dana dola ye ye namo wali ye poloji di shopo la ye sopo he onji diandu mandola pato ye sopo he Bore bolo mirdo jinjin guanji jagusa Jinshin bore bolu min do shi joujan mu yun jikong du yikeku sheli ji shebu yi kong bu yi shebu she ji shi kong ji shi she shou zhong jin shi yi fu ru shi she li shi fu fa kong Zhang bu sheng bu mei bo guo bo zheng bu zheng bu zhang xi gu guang zhong wu xie wu shou zhong jing xi wu yan er bi xie xin yi wu xie sheng zheng wei ju fai wu yan jie wen ai ji wu yi xi xie wu ming yi wu ming nai xi wu lo xi yi wu lo xi jian wu gu jie mei dou wu xi yi wu de I uso de portisado I bore bolomito goshen gu yo ai ua hai gu ko yo kong bu yan li dan do minh sang ju Jeng ne pan san shi ju fo I bore bolomito De anno dolor san mio san porti cuji pore bolo min to shi da shin jo shi da min jo shi wo shang jo shi wo deng jing jo neng ju ge ye ku shen shi bo jo ru sho bore bolo mi ro Jordi jo jordi Jardi boldo, sen jardi porti sabo he. Nan mo fo to ye, nan mo da mo ye. Nan mo senke yer, nan mongun kaji jabu sa, mohe sa, jorba, jenje tajito, an joja la pardi, jen, do moni, mohe bordeng, me lulu, lulu, dise ja, jola hajerli, jarye hung, pashe he, han bota mo jen do mor, ni jola hungan ba, la do bonai ni, hung na mosan mando, Mutunana bolari berdo sheso lanandajito han keji hong hong ruwala pola ruwala disecha zishili shopoja shandi ja shili showai namo fotoyer namo da moye namo sen Kaya hanji di hulu hulu jidulu jilibo jilibo jidali bulir lur showahe hanna mobage waria balamidaya yo liana subirni shijir dade jola jaye tate kedarie hala hedi san yo san Bodaya Daniel Tata Lipasan Sikeli Bali Shudaldala Marda Gekerna Sama Wugedi Shabawa Shibushi Mahena Ye Bali Wali So Hena Mobo Keva Diti Shashe Joluri Loli Bola Po Hela Sheye Datu Jedu Ye Alahe Tisan Myosan Boto Yaraji To Pishashi Pishasha Pishashi Pishashe San Mojete Sohe Hongmanai Bai Me Hongma Gani Yana Jedu deda para jerte jenawe deli gersa orbu orta burli shita gerna bula na burli deu der pan na no malu jeshola yesul he lipo di kyo herdi lolo tolor nirdi ni helariti pilini di moher kerti jen lingkanti namowe mito poyeto do keto yedo ortieto emi litu po piemi lito ji dan po mi lito pi jalarndehe mi lito pi janlan do kemini keke Nojito jali sopo hena mo foto nan mo tamo nan mo senke na mo shiri mo heri pierdani yeto boli fudo no jeli san manto tasher nami hole pi helor ker di san manto je boli tifu lino walino da morti mo happy kuberti Mohe mile di lobo senki digi senki jiti san mantua tua nobo bloni Jordan yan rishang puwa tenchin loho yo ho tong jong shan shi yo shon Chun myo si men tien di yo wei tan di yo wo beng shingor wan wu yo wo wei fu lu lo xiu xiu xia shen yo hum a hung qing qi shen ji yi shi bi qin shen yen ang ga fu yi shi bi chan yan hing li qing qing ju yan ming wu nai あたへye ye e ya yo kichi marni to koku miki soma poka wa o iki wa nixista mixarki he yo harna he yo harna he yo te ya Torabia ikina he yo te ya torabia ikina he yo te ya to hatabi wonki narhini yo te ya to ha tarbi wonki narhini yo iya hiyu nivahu hiyu nivahiyu nivahu ya hihu niyar nir na hir na hiya hi nar hi nir na hiyu nivahu ya hiyu niva hiya he nir na yani sir ni hawa na yarnisi ni havarna hini swavira kini hini swavira kini nini ni tu na hohu nini tu na hohu warasirna na hohu warasirna na hohu nihima sia sisi nihima sia sisi. Om Naryarna Vermahe Vasudevarya Dermahitano Vishnu Prachudayatum Devakaratar Manarya Vermahe Vasudevarya Dermahitana Krishna Prachudayat Om Tatporsharya Vermahe Sasraksharya Mahadevarya Dermahitano Rudra Prachudayat Om Akarantarya Vermahe Vakratundarya Dermahitano Danti Prachudayat Om Katyarya Vermahe Vakanya Makorya Dir Marita no Dorka Prachurayat Om Vekdevriyai Chavin Mahi Kamarajarya Dermaita no Dervi Prachurayat Om Hader Vyai Chavin Mahi Vishnu Parvya Cha Dermahita no Lakshmi Prachurayat Om Yunir Siech Nern Kerna Tritandur De Snapti Marshnar Samor Tri Basuraim Rohur Ter Ter Tri Aisadarm Dorate Ter Search Tornatarsi Darmdora Doctor Nomotoret Mercer Formtoyer Lori Glasering Sien Loriud Nernastar Motul Orcher Dornti Asnim Tibos Cobra Ser Odmjornir Margenternia Nardbar Nardberbe Amsterdam door Riddastar Vindruni Verbe Ruhortar Moreis Murosotar Moreis Romortar Mornort Nerbela Molercht Neertid Bas Forfetch Fortar Mortech Nimrod Bana Tirtorstan Nandor Dorklasna Doer Dieslin Nierletar Dior Nerkjore Barnakjorde Biertendomti Orchornaam Serde Ori Irnan Jurle Onmjornia Senach Serch Starm Serrar Kornatar Mortna Serde Voorbreen Nerbjois Nai Berter Moserch Cherndel om dunditol gel am el anusjurter olnria lorg mor om sensersmar nerst robocher tak sert bir narcht sert derib or oer korte gor kudumoresa rubera inspur tur form sar domine es salustor heru est saluster Domine es salustor pan es saluster Domine es salustor Krishna es saluster Super papulum tum Domine benedictus tua. Ateheia yo, eteheia yo, eteheia yo, eteheia yo, eteheia lo, ni turn shila, wanye geleke kerta heia yo, ni tun shila, wanye gala kerta heia yo, arteheia lo, ni kuye wanye gele keke tai yayo. Nita kuye wanye gele keke tai yayo. Arte heyelo. Mi chinkski nanpe mayorze. Arte heyelo. Ini chage kekta. Ni chage keta. Arte heyelo. Chanon pawan chicha urbi, chanon pawan chicha urbi, arte hilo, chayani pita, arte hilo, he tuecha, he u charni ho, he tuecha, he u charni ho, con ku kile charia, he u ho, ku kile charia, he u ho, arte he yellow, arte he yellow. Wana yar maniye. Tatanka wan marniye arte heyelo leshel mi yorkan kete lo yo. Leshel mi yokwan kete lo yo. Taku maka ichaga hena mitawa ye lo yo. Taku maka ichaga hena mitawa ye lo yo. Arte heyelo yo. Arte heyelo yo. Eya yo. Minchikshi yi te wakila che ye. Minchikshi yi te wakila che ye. Oya te ye. Inichaga pita. Che ye. Oya te ya inichaga pita. Che ye te ye. Arte he lo arte yellow hariye ya yo hariye ya yo milakin hiumi chichi yarna milakin hiumi chichi yarna wawaka blakete ye wawaka blakerta ye onchi he yellow yo onchi he yellow yo Puya chinji wasna wakarnginian karte. Punya chinji wasna wakagingin kete. Onchi he yellow. Oh, yunchi he yellow. Le he ya he ye. Le he ya he ye. Kangi ye oya te ye chaya. Waunwelo. Kangi ye oya te ye chaya wa onwelo ni ya te ye hewe ni ya te ye hewe he wan bali kaleshka wanya ni hi yowe wan bali kaleshka wanya ni hi yowe mi yokan kin wan larki ye mi yokan kin wan laki ye Henna one like hey yeah, hey yeah, hi yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. Minchinksi mita waye arte he uwe arte ya e uwe lo arte ya e uwe lo yani pita e ya uwe lo yani pita e uwe lo wasna wakin kita ye wasna wakin kita ye Lechi ya pile ye lechi ya puli ye he lo arte he lo artalina makuwe ye atalina makuwe ye peta wan yan makuwe ye peta wan yan makuwe ye Atumakuwe atamakuwe ina hekuo misunkala che ya o manie mi sunkala che ya o marni ye inai kuo wana sapita urncirta zipa mi chuye urncirta zipa mi chuye arte he yelo hikin Naryanka agaliye Naryanka gagalie one lechia wanasa pita ke yarpilo one lechia wanasa pita ke yapilo one kite kagario one kite kagario arte heyelo Mia Wadma Yankaryo, Mia Wadma Yankayo, Kangio Yarte, Wanchanku, Wakage, Lo Kangio Yarte, Wanchanku, Wakage Lo, Yani Pikitacha, Yani Pikitacha, Kola Heyelo, Makasito, Manianu, Kie, Oyate, Ukie, Oyarte okiye one bali oyarte one hoshihi yelo arte he yelo arte he yelo mako one chan yaoki ye biete kin uki ye biete kin uki ye kangi oyarte one hoshihi yelo arte he yelo arte he yelo lena wakan wakagarche Ateheyelo gala kinhan wakan waka gache. Ateheyelo chanon pakin waka gache. Ateheyelo mio kwan kinchi chuche. Ateheyelo ogala kini niya kata. Ateheyelo mi chinchi kerna. Kubie mi chinchi te ena kubie makoche one washite aya gali pikita ate halo wana wicheshka atiye wana wicheshka atiye wihuta oho mani wihuta oho mani okatana koyan wahinkata koyan wahinkata arte michuye wahinkata michuye wahinkete Michuye ahiye wasta watinkita tewakila ye one blini chala ka ye lo one blini chala he ke ye lo Togecha warn wagali kinkita togecha wan wagali kinkita nihun korn heyelo nihun korn heyelo wakanyan inya kinkita wakinyan inya kinkita wan kala kishika wan lusahan inya Nikinkita Chankaleshka wan lusan inyan kinkita wan wagyag upo wan wayag upo ateheyelo En Israël als er een bezit in het ruas ranujas kaprushara en perushaps kapukin jeror katem sekim neberomatik in jeffe miur luneps kom harsha basharat neb courageous remi nej parajarep so folter sutin mekinum nor kaprsere traparamene kemen temenu turnep nebu nebso competem tashire on ipia toy bu hort tepen senu epsroen potne trus min malje toy das netep an tep gemar mutep nu tapeta sen de prata for the Amit mesher boot by heat upon to tat amo port up setting up to that get up that tat by hit tat at them to the wall techno shepers think me he have on roya shepers come to us think me he have duty juta para pet corrutor am caru menat at the pasha shere a bit of happy tempas as happy is or happy now sara be happy egna more in the man and got go up in romery course get romer kuti heru time heru nesh rate peru a heru metenu heru tat heru menan pu heru a penu heru so is so te bi
target karate smart about that can not be no small motor, but can the parts of seven to all is all that and that the carib said a carib semis capital Koreas, a Korean is only two sneaker to two is a collision as a has what take packet of mechanism can to us who are the them shoot as capernavan and who are it in luminescence in New York like that would have a little rush and a can embark about Pasatsu and I can't do him can head a gaba sat out put up an eat and head on pet a pet that or an end to say okay to regime or second on a pen that threat to touch your tatam crop was second and second toy or an apple amu can say that you have a poor may have second Presu second toy up and being you take segment pass get a set per bus to a certain wash segment head but I second portion has our team head in the accus of the backers of security sediment to take in music who separates the scary capacity Saramata Sarah Matu second and bed pitches pentium capitun horror one test Marapatam case to wash and scratch of bombs left from the second minute in Dimiati to do a ornament man had you said it to me Shikirunek in Saru Kesti but I have left a red calamity on top of Nebraska never boy never Tim Separema Babu to regain him never name cautious step on F nem had a date up to in a petit as women in units of Kabushi shall get a boom or motto is a bush called name office and smoke him to Petos and I can turn up the game and make an enter can Miss Tuma can him can met two but to Rembasu shoes jack catching shot aratu are attended in a petty set when a name sending Sandy joy can excellent goik source sec neck kissing Karui poikum sharing or make the opposition in me getting soon mutafati what I go about go what to work no case on a wapsic man go and me for the petty mental sort of get to significate nefted you are the one arm suck to an echo shumupata to an extra common head new twin puman a few song good cat room tatek tani fu pumami sort texture the anu tataman fu amaka sasana nifu you wabu again get in marty in Japan and head and each of us resort and hold up the me to cook at a mamaruda can set into exenity to mediate you can add that never you want me to want but no but my heart or me tap and never those on the head thought us that the altar of my heart and can do it has you look man into the interest as many will come with a never for all that or some sort no make the money or no size or up para me come take me into never but the manu resig never tap in the train the way or permission never try I come saku so as you act how me never working in Jurati also apartamento also apartamento empati mas you pati interview and mat the election to mutek no num no kuna param no put one num shisni aparam kuna tani umana sanama you point a month and kapernam ten matotari of that septran kapram sat to bottom shara to nami unu like musicos more at the kusari pit golora or super gamnemer can take a swix take no take one emperor no to go up to rank but to rank unu tam q for the surf washing toy and kurtu to all to nebri asomant no impact more to them and I might back ben so pressure net Senatat dari taptapan sa kaprano kutop kapras rasam trasa ke du kwa makau nang kapratnum nasusultan tuai padam kapmentuat na abu na kajati kasuri senek au manek senek ta mo hoy na tri tim sekning penman her and suum ne nupsi sek he su rein nepsum skera ko my and jar hu na tri one hen catch mesu up to opishara net and way next vision you have kapron to war on a potumami masaru do was them rework never nation record urku yari yes mamunin kita kapruta pantavu mutimut na perosal na tuang na marang kolona bu pesre kai ne kamisha ke kep na tru na bu shorek tarade sebekaram kin kadek na marek to min tel piu sukat kap te kota na shot ta na per week in inju ti wa sha to was so ta na per wa sha for wa na so wa sha sam shisar man durin pen or na sana ni sek ken oi ni sek ku ni ashara pa ta pu wa sha pa te wi shari ni sari na no min sek nu ku kaparam kaprik kaparu and then get shaka param mam bam yasuna urna urna antanatan ban sen kabiyar muratan ban kibiri in the voice of by you get me karik by memi to adi to tanai satara bi watu nayan abae se va versione con la per non tutti che sarà bujo o sarà in sabu second suti sabar karen per mem use kali Gotran Josar to Amu Petim Toy Minute Gortinat Kamaru Munipsen to Rebecca Karina Burvasroy Rusham to Amu Amentum Skitin Rana Kamaru Amunipsen to Nepsam Sikin Kuabe Kuakwai Kuabai Kuam Nek Rank Karikabam Nek Sabraps the Kuru Market Property Rush Punek Share by Igor Sorry Kabirikim Kanabakono Latin Kambek Kabir take Martin to all nation Beshi Pet and Niki Kurum so New Hampshire Medic you had substance Kanashami to one Namakiku saw Nekapi in the middle Lusanim Kaisan and any Sapadim Katina Kabarka Kua, Tarnara Shuruana, Bora Kua, Panamakan Pet and Sadun, speak to make him God, Kisur Tapanan, him shooter tuning at Biatin, him Netty Wapanapani, Nether with Sun Massa Tarasaka Panakayat, and had to a new day of so many formans, Kapasanantam of Sanjaran Jaramapas, Carapas, Ultavas, Arena Cabrawasan, so Gab High, Capamultapum, Rapruan, Tap to any at Biatin, Tiam Neferon, Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The five-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within us and who reveals the hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Newt, Geb, Newt. Kepra. Ra. Artuma tum. Katsu. Arsimitoki shabu banani shimtawina. Arsimitoki shabu banani shimtawina. Arsimitoki shabu banani shimtawina. Abra. Excuse me. Or not. Coffee. And then people are like, what are you high on? And my vibration, my vibration got up there. And you can jazz your own body. You don't even have to use a substance. Reading, directing. It's kind of like fighting the biggest confrontation. Not a confrontation, but it's like taking care of the biggest thing in the morning. And then that's a bad analogy. I don't know. It's like beating a video game on hard and then playing the rest of the game like on easy and extra easy. Like you won't blow through even on medium. It's not gonna be difficult. Start out with the mantras. Get the brain, mind, the heart, soul, the body, the flesh. Get those three things together. Everybody else is walking around divided. Their mind wants something different than what their body wants. And their emotions, their heart, fights in between. Go this way, go that way. Well,
anybody like dealing with that, it doesn't matter what business they're working or what they're doing, they're not stable themselves. So anything they build was built on a shaky foundation. I'm just saying. That's why I look at the way where everything's built on the bottom level. I want to inspect that level because guess what? I could just be like poke and the whole fucking thing falls down because it's built on a shaky foundation and they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. And you can too. Sure. I'll say it. It's not my fault though. I condone the idea, so I'll say it. I'm like a Pokemon. I could be like Pika, Pikachu, or I could be like Pikachu. So I just like to be like a kid all the day. Pikachu. Oh. Yup. Back when I was down in New Mexico, I had a very interesting experience in which a member of the Blackfoot tribe came and provided a ceremony for me and told me that they were unlike anyone else I worked with before. Said they don't need me reading their chants, their song. They didn't call it chants, but their songs. They didn't need me calling them. Other spirits mention their name, sing their chant, hymn, whatever, read it fast, speak their name. And they were like, "You don't need to do nothing, man. We're there. We're our own vessel, and just consider us an armada now." And I was like, ah, well, that sounds cool. All right, we'll go with a multitude of ships. I like that idea. Rather than just sailing by yourself. I mean, what happens, if your own boat gets hit, whatever. Anyway, it's always good to have a friend nearby without having to call them. And I started to cry, choke up, cry when I was reading, not at the end, but towards the end, the second portion before the end. And I don't, I've said the name of it, but I haven't, I think I read the translation once, I did do. Though I felt like I really made connection. I felt connection. I felt heard. And if you're not aware, like when the mantras are going over, okay, so like I'm reading, I'm looking to keep up with the word, and I have to stay in the flow, So that's anticipation and everything. Reading is and that's like that's a lot, A lot of skills going in to make that happen. Okay, a lot of physical 3D elements paying attention to make that happen. My mind, when my body is focused solely on something, my mind checks the fuck out. It checks the fuck out. It goes somewhere else. I've known this since a little kid to working at McDonald's to everything, every aspect of my life. If I am fully engaged, my mind is going to go shoo. And in that moment, I felt connection. And when I felt connection, like I didn't need to have to visualize faces or people, like they were there. Presence was seen. And I spoke, and they heard, and they responded. And all of that communication happens just up in the noggin, and it's felt in the heart. When I get information that makes my heart scream in joy, that makes tears pop out of my face and my voice change up, that's real. That's telepathy. That's real. That's real fucking connection. Because when you make connection, you're gonna feel somebody on the other end. It's not a fucking phone. You don't feel emotion coming out of this thing. But when you make telepathic connection, them hearts are connected. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's That's what I was experiencing. And that conversation was for me. So that I'm keeping for myself. But I wanted to share the rest of that with you. Something I learned quite some time ago was that our world has things wrong. Not backwards, wrong. I can't exactly change the world, but we can. um, where's that going? It's just, okay, stay focused. That's the new thing, stay focused. No extra explanations. Change things up. I like to explain things a lot because people enjoy backstory. It gives it some foundation. As a kid, I grew up just straight getting the information. It is what it is. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do with it. I don't need no backstory. So I'm gonna change things up so that I stay on point because that's what I do to myself. Is I'll be talking about something, I'll mention something else, and I'm gone, man. I'm gone. Peace is a beautiful place to be, and peace, it'll chase after you everywhere once you find it. Once I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. I'm not being metaphorical. Once you find your peace and you fight for your peace, then when life gets too crazy, your peace is going to chase after you and push things away from you, even the words out of your mouth to the actions around you, so that you can have peace. Because it's your friend now. So I want to be with you. As much as chaos has been around people, they like that. They're wed to their ire, to their rage, to their wrath, to all of those things. I got married to my peace, I guess. My peace of being. And boy, I tell you what, don't leave me alone. And I like that. I like that. you can truly make a difference in this world. That is a fact. And even I believe little old me can make a difference in this world. I believe that. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna pick on myself right now. I'm gonna get on myself. Yes, you can change the world. Yes, a single person can change the world. And let me tell you how little old you with no big resources, no big corporation, nobody behind you, no insurance company, no, yeah. I'm gonna tell you how little old you and me individually can change the world. I said it before, but I'll be a little bit more clear. You got a heart of love. There's people looking in at you. You could call them God, you could call them watchers, you could call them angels, you could call them aliens, you could call them ET. They're my brothers, they're my sisters, they're my family. I know that much. Regardless of anything else, they're my family. I know that much. And they see and they hear everything. Beyond electrical devices, beyond these little gadgets here, they see and they hear, especially if we write something down, write a little note, fold it up, leave it out on the table like a letter to Santa. But they see and they hear even our thoughts, not to hurt us, but sometimes we have a really good idea. It's so good that they tell everybody about it. And then the world follows that idea for a bit. You just gotta have the idea. There's people who will do it. We live in a world where we are truly united. We are. All the distractions truly are there. All the lies, all the fractures, it's all there to try to convince you that you're not connected when you already are. You don't need to do any extra work for it. You already are. Do you believe? Do you pray? Shit, people hear that. People hear that. We look. Here's an easy notion I work with in life. If it's happening to one person, you can be damn skippy sure it's happening to about 1,000 plus more, if not even more. It's happening. It's not isolated. That's what I found out. Anything happening on this planet is not isolated to a single occurrence. It is not even me. You might see me, but there's somebody in this world. And they will never come out and see the light of day. You know, like they will, but they're the opposite of me. I know they're in existence. If I'm alive, they're alive. As one grows, so the other one grows too. Whether it be in negativity, positivity, whatever direction, whatever it is, the polar opposite. I mean, that is. Was a comic book more than a movie, but they did it. But I think it was the superhero goes to the villain, and the villain's like retired, and he's not fighting, he's not doing bad stuff anymore, you know. And the superhero goes to the villain, and he's fucking crying his fucking face out, and he's like, I'm losing it. I've got nothing. I've got nobody, and I came to talk to you, fucking my worst enemy, to spill my guts to and relate with. Like, yeah, because he's your polar opposite. He's the only one who's gonna get you. He's gonna see it differently, but they're gonna see it. They're gonna get it. That's where you can have a connection. So the connection is with the polar opposite, and that's why limits and all of that is so important. Guidance of oneself, knowing, hey, I see some stuff showing up. It's time for me to start packing my bags. No, it's not time for it to fight and stay. No, it's not time to convince them to see my way. We had the good times. We've learned some shit from each other. I want to keep the fucking smile in the memory. I gotta go. I gotta go. Not right now, not me, but you get the idea. And in doing that, it allows you to see and meet new people. How many people are in the world? You probably got a better idea than I do. Maybe, I think it's more than 6 billion? I don't know. Somewhere thereabouts? I haven't looked it up. I'm not going to worry about it. There's a lot of people in the world. And my point, my idea, and what I'm saying, meet some different people in the world. Not everybody is like the last person you met. Just a bunch of people. Not everybody. There's a bunch of different people out there. And the more we talk, the more we interact, the more we learn. Some people, we don't have anything to learn from. Some people, they already went through all of that. We already went through all of what they lived through. They don't have no nothing to give us, no sauce, no nothing to jam into. I already got the jam. I already got the jelly. I already got the peanut butter. I already got this. I'm looking for something different. I wanna spice things up somewhere. I don't know. What are we looking for here? Some cinnamon or something? I don't know. And that allows us to continue to live and have friends. And I there's this construct in us as humans that we meet a friend or a spouse or we meet somebody and that's it. You know, you have to be on their side for the rest of your life, and if you do anything that opposes their ideals or their ways or the way they do things, then you become an enemy. And it's like, damn, I just wanted to be a friend and be who I am. That's all. It's like things, people want to hold on to things too long. Things want to, they do. They want to make it last forever. And forever is a long fucking time. Forever is a long fucking time. And if I'm around one person for the rest of my life, then that person better be learning a bunch of stuff, man. A bunch of stuff. Cause I want to be able to interact with all those different things and learn things and da 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 and all that kind of stuff, you know? Life is flowing, and if it's not flowing, then it's pooling, and if it's pooling, then it's going to become stagnant. And anything in stagnant waters is not going to produce anything good. Not to the longevity of life. And I found that's the importance of being able to clear the mind, being able to accept when those thoughts just go out the window of the mind and they're completely forgotten. To realize that that's a skill and ability that you have. That's not something that just happened to you. That forgetfulness didn't just happen. That's an ability. That's a skill that your soul has upon your flesh. What? It can do that to anybody. Theirs for their own, not yours to theirs. For their own. Because when two humans are in the room together, this goes for other life forms too. Two humans are in the room together, they have souls that mirror you, okay? That shadow. Remember Peter Pan, he always playing with the shadow? Well, what about when there's so much light, you don't see a shadow? That's kind of weird. Got a shadow right there. If you got two physical people, you also got two spirits in the room. And those spirits are going to talk while the two people are talking. That's what's happening. They're sharing information while the humans are sharing information. People don't normally pay attention to that. But if one spirit comes in and they spirits know rank better than humans do. And a spirit will
make a body hesitate on its forward movement when they recognize something different is in the room that should be respected. Humans don't have that sight. The spirit does, the soul does, and the soul will correct the body, and the person will be left wondering, what the fuck just happened? Yeah, exactly, because you're not in touch, you're not talking to yourself, so it's got to literally wrangle your ass around and make you forget shit. I just learned how to empower my own. I was love already. Love was part of that mixture easy enough. And I learned the whole chakra system and all that, all the chi, and all those energy centers. That's when I learned like the ego. The ego is expressing the Kundalini system in full activation. The entire tree of life in activation. If you have these energy centers active and your energy is flowing, and you do not have this energy trained, okay? Yes, I said trained. Then it's going to act like a dog who never had a home, was wild, and you picked it up, brought him home, and he tears apart the house. He chews apart the shoes. He destroys things. And he's never worked with. The dog is never worked with a single day. And anything new brought into the house simply gets destroyed. However, if this person goes and finds this dog and brings this dog home and is observant of their behavior in the car on the way over, then they're going to understand this dog needs some training. They're going to start working with this dog. They're going to do a reward system, food for good behavior, this, sit. I'm going to work with you. You're on the leash until I can trust you. I know you're going to run around. You're used to being outside. You're not used to being inside. So let me train you for this environment. And now, after a couple of years, shoot, that dog and go fetch the paper and the mail. It even got a little thing. It got a Sam pushed the refrigerator door open, grabs the soda, whatever. A dog can help you alert, whatever the case dogs do. Alert you somebody's coming, keep the enemies away. It's calm sitting there while you're watching TV or whatever, jumps up on your lap and pet and have a good time. Because you trained your dog. It's not destroying your shit, it's protecting your shit now. Because you're the best friend. You're the best friend. You feed the dog, you take care of the dog. The dog's going to be like, fuck, you trying to hurt my friend? I'll take you out. you know? The same goes for our ego, aka our Kundalini system, activated, our whole chakra system in operation. If we train it, it's going to benefit us. It's going to protect us. It's going to do things on the subconscious level that we don't know what the fuck's going on. But we read little things from time to time and we're like, ooh, that mentions that there. They must have been doing that back then. The shit I'm connecting with now, they connected with it thousands of years ago. Holy shit. They said this stuff was extinct. They didn't say seers and angels walked anymore. They said they did that in the Bible. Remember when the two angels went to go get Lot in Gomorrah or wherever, Sodom, wherever he was? I think it was in one of those, wasn't he? And the two angels go, and all the people went down. They wanted to fuck the angels because they were so pretty. They were dudes, and they were that pretty that dudes wanted to do them. The whole freaking town. Beating down his door. He had to give him his daughters. Here, have fun, have your way with my daughters. I got to protect these angels in human bodies. And you think that was a one-time occurrence? You think that was only two in all of existence? The truth is before your eyes plainly that E.T. walks amongst you. In your own holy book. And they
they convinced you with a lot of distractions and a little, ow, my heart hurts, raw, you did me wrong, to make you think that you're only human. Found our point. Found what we lost. That's what I forgot to say so long ago. We just wrapped it up with a bow. And didn't even know. That's miracle work right there. You can change the world. You can change your environment around you. Look at the people who have done it. Pay attention to how they did it. Look at the subtle ways. Take away the money. Take away the thousands of people watching and all of that. Take away everything down to its foundation and examine the foundation of how they set everything up. The foundation is what you attack. The foundation is what you chip away at. Not the fucking obvious shit at the top. At the top, they're all, oh no, that's where all the shit's going on. We're up here, woohoo. But nobody looks in their own fucking sewer system until they got a fucking problem. People don't like to look at their foundation unless they got a problem. They don't want to look at the bottom workers or people. They don't want to look at everything that the is piled on top of so that they can be on TV and be like, oh, I'm me, blah, 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 blah. Look at the structure. Look at the structure. All you got to do is remove the right Jenga and the whole fucking thing falls down. I didn't have to fight at the top. I didn't have to climb to the top to fight. I just had to go down to the bottom and do some fucking construction and be like, oh, this don't look clean. Oh shit, that's not real. Huh, that's a bunch of plaster. Oh my gosh. And the whole thing just fucking wiped away because I, kept wiping it down with a wet cloth and it just kept coming off and coming off. And oh shit, the crack, 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 run, motherfucker. And the whole building falls down. Whoops. I was just removing the fake stuff. I thought it was all real. I didn't even mean for the fucking building to fall down. Oops. They think they're powerful because they have money, and money brings friends and position. But I see this world changing. I see it changing. The person, what they're, what they represent, what they are, that's going to have to stand on its own 2 feet in our future. If that can't stand on its own 2 feet, get that shit out. Bring someone else that can. Let's move our world forward. The last time I checked, when you got a ship of a captain, I've been catching my tail lately. And I know why. When you have a captain of a ship, that captain knows the responsibility on his shoulders. You don't have time for anything else. He's got to make the right call. He's got to get the intel. He's got so much is on his shoulders, or hers, whoever that captain may be. They don't have time to play. They don't have time to chase personal interest. Hell, They don't have time to write a fucking letter to their loved ones. Our world is our ship. That's the way I see it. Our world is our ship. Without it, we die. We have to keep chewing away at resource on this earth to provide for ourselves in every facet we can imagine, and we think we're going to build a ship and float off into space, and what are we going to do? Draw up to a planet and suck the resources dry until we get to another planet? We're going to be the evil fucking empire. No, that's not cool. No, thank you. I do not condone to humanity's direction in that facet at all. No. Our ship is our planet. This is our home. And to take care of it is the equivalent of being the captain of a vessel, captain of a ship. Everybody's lives depend on the calls, on the actions, lives. And I don't know about you, but the last business I checked that I was in was saving lives. It didn't have to do anything with taking lives. That was God. My journey from divine almighty above did not involve taking no lives. Did not tell me, did not put a weapon in my hand and say charge. That was never the fucking case. I never heard that order. I never heard that telepathic connection. I never I never got that. Never. Out of the worst atrocities I've ever seen any human do, past or present, I've never got that call. Karma visits everybody, shits on its own level on that regard, but for me, that's not my calling. Life would be my calling. That's why I love humanity. Because humanity has diversity. And everywhere else my soul has been, they don't have diversity. They have similarity. They have togetherness. They got family. Um, they all do the same things, and it's cool. That's good old life. But there's not diversity. That's why humanity is impressive, themselves. The vast amount of diversity, and that's something to be respected and honored, not destroyed. My only real rule of thumb comes around if somebody's group has a mission to hurt other people, I got issues. I got issues. This fucking bull get his horns on. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Everybody else, do your thing. Love. Fuck. Hopefully you help people. If you don't, at least hopefully you're helping your own people. Good enough. Doing your own thing. Love is so important. I said love is patient. Oh, one of them books. Love is patient. No, it doesn't. It says it's long suffering. It doesn't say forever suffering. It says long suffering. How long is long before it becomes like forever? Long for somebody could be 24 hours. Long could be for another person 6 years. It just says long suffering. It doesn't say forever. and it doesn't say short. So that means we can take a few hits. That means we can learn our environment. That means we can pay attention to what's going on. But once we know, once we see, love is not just going to sit there and be beat over and over and over and over. If this little kid needs to transform into something else, then alrighty, then I guess we'll do what we need to do. And if you haven't been present or don't know what I'm talking about as far as transformation goes, I'm talking about your archetype, your personality type, your energy, that you're ultimately resonating with your chakras. Because when you align your chakras and that energy's flowing, you can direct it to be anything. You can direct it to effective in anything, just like a laser pointer. You have that energy within you, and that's your ability. And that's why it's important to build the brain. It's important to read. It's important to study. You could watch me, you could watch other people all day long and think that you're learning and you're getting a portion of learning. But to truly solidify that learning, to truly make it part of thyself, that requires notes, requires journaling, that requires some type of mathematics with your own notes, whether you're just mentally doing it or not, evaluating your own work, accepting your own work, um, really cracking open the books and reading those books is like getting into the gym, doing that work on being able to focus your attention. So here's something that's in your pocket. I never thought of this today, at least on a verbal term of things, but maybe I did. Whatever. I don't think about it anyways. Look, the majority of people we all know have short attention spans, right? The internet, the videos, games, everything in the world is teaching people, the majority of things in the world, not everything, the majority of things in the world is teaching people of how to have a short attention span. Okay, so if you go read books, if you go study, if you increase your attention span, essentially you're increasing your brain so that you can focus on the same thing for an extended amount of time. So if you can focus on the same thing for an extended amount of time, then you wind up gaining more experience, more knowledge, more wisdom than the other person who's going to this and to that and to that because that's all the information they can fit. That's it. Here, a little there, a little there, a little there, a little there, a little there. But you open yours up to be this much. Holy shit. Oh my god. All of that energy is going to get focused into a pinhead point of a focus. And that, the other person's attention span that's here and here and here and here and here and here, either A, they love what you're doing, B, they don't. They don't have an attention span long enough to keep up with you, so that's not a threat or a worry. And C, if they do care that much, their attention span goes whoosh that fast, so they're not going to stick around and cause you a problem. They're going to move on to something else. See, by developing your attention span to be longer in duration and increasing the mind and the mental cognizance, yes, eating the correct foods is definitely healthy and important. Getting rid of particular sugars. There are particular sugars, and yeah, I'm using that plural in multiple things across the board. There are particular sugars, and I'm going to tell you what. And then there are advanced chemical substance that is put in food, and they change the names consistently throughout the ages because we learn about it and then we stop buying it. They change the name to something else, and we go, "Oh, I don't know what that is. Sure, I'll eat it." Oh shit! It was the same poison they were serving to me before. Motherfucker, chemical ingredients, you bastards. Okay, they put this shit in our food. Go look up, I should bring it up on here and pull up an article. Let's see if I can pull. I'll give it one search. I ain't gonna go on a crazy search. I'm gonna see if I can pull up a legit article on it on a simple search. Okay, beautiful. Here we go. I'm not going to mention names in specific. You can do the research on the different types of products and whatnot, but this has a name. Excitotoxins. Excitotoxins are chemical compounds such as glutamate and aspartate that overstimulate neuron receptors in the brain. Overstimulate neuron receptors in the brain. When consumed in excessive amounts, they cause brain cells to fire so rapidly they exhaust and eventually die. Neurons in the brain are so overstimulated they become exhausted and they die. This process has been linked to neurological issues like migraines, seizures, and neurodegenerative diseases. You can look it up. I'll type it in the chat log. It's called excitotoxins. Okay? If you can remove these things from your diet, you'll be doing a lot better. Because so many people, it's exactly what happens to them. They eat what they eat, their brain goes boom. That's when you shove in that information on the TV and on the phone that goes super fast. And so your brain goes and accepts it. And then those receptors, because they fired so fast to process that information, it literally goes. And that's when you're like, dude, I can't think about anything. I can't do anything. I don't know. Like you're trying and you're going on, but your brain isn't able to think of things. It's not able to bring up memories. It's on a short fucking. It it, it, it has no duration because you're literally foods we're eating are literally destroying the brain. They have drugs in them. People talk to me and they're like, "What drugs are you on? What are you on?" And I'm like, "You don't even know. You don't even know that you yourself are buying fucking food for excessive amounts that is filled with fucking poisons and compounds that are literally killing your neurons in your brain." And I already know what's happening. I know why they're saying it. I know what the world is. That's what the fuck I got out of. And I I strive every day to wake up, to enlighten, to share, and to make this world a better place because it's going to require a lot more than little old me to do anything big as far as our regular incoming food goes of what we consume. So, food does affect our body. And just because it's labeled with a package we're familiar with does not mean that it's doing us any good. It takes personal research, takes personal interest, takes personal desire to get into understanding these realities. I'll put that, I said I was going to put that in there. Let me pull the video up. And you can literally plug this into your Google search or whichever web search engine you use, Firefox, whatever. Plug that word in there and look up for a list of foods with excitotoxins. You can pull that up on your phone freely enough, and you will be surprised at the things. It's a worldwide effort where every individual counts for as much as they can do, as much good as they can do. I got something I want to share with you. I had went to it was when I was going to the temple, and there was this there's a part where like the priest will be doing something, and so or like there'll be a chant going on, and they say a word or they say a phrase or whatnot, and then the crowd says the phrase or the word or whatever, and it goes back and forth between the crowd and like the main person. Sometimes a priest will be saying it, the chant, or sometimes a priest will be getting something ready or whatever, and it's in between portions of ceremony. Ritual shifting from one stage to the next stage or whatnot, or whatever the case is going on, and so they'll do that to carry the sound while the ceremony is technically still active. And there was one time where I got I was able to be the individual saying the word, and then everybody said it back, and that was so special. It was so special. Um, and and when I did, there there was one gentleman who came up. I'm explaining all of this on purpose. This is not about an isolated thing, but the one gentleman comes up and he says, "Oh, you said the word wrong," or something like that. And I could see people around condemning his words with their eyes. I could see that because the people around that I visited of another nation, of another culture, when I try to speak their language, when I try to be part of them, when I share in their values, they love it. They think it's special. They appreciate that a foreigner takes interest in them. So when somebody comes up and they say, "Oh, you didn't read that right," or "Oh, you said it wrong," that doesn't matter. That person has jealousy in their heart. That person is dealing with something else. That person is not authentic. What comes from your heart, let no man judge. They are not your judge. They are a critic of themselves, and they need a mirror in flesh and blood. They need somebody to pick on because they don't got the cojones to pick on themselves. And that's the truth about that one. But that's one reality I found in my prayers and my seeking in what I believe is divine and for which each one can find for themselves. You don't have to follow my path exactly. You can find it for yourself if you go seeking in exactly the form that you need it. You can find it. It just takes a pure heart. If you have a pure heart, then you're exploring. You're not trying to conquer nothing. And spirits have been conquered by humans. People with their magical spells, their hexes, their bindings, forcing spirits to do things they don't want to do. And that's why when I see a spirit in somebody else, and that spirit is yearning to get the fuck out, they just jumped over to my bells. They just came right over to me. I'll take care of them. I'll feed you. I got you. I don't want nothing from you. I don't care. I don't care if you help me or not. I'll protect you. And that's what I found is I've been rescuing spirits from people. That's that's what I've been doing. And most people don't even know they got the spirit with them. I'm talking about a conscious entity, a conscious spirit, a life. People have done some really bad things in our past, but those those bad things are not my choices, and that's not who I am. So I don't have to follow people. I don't have to follow what somebody done before me. Did they fight and kill to win what they did? I don't have to do that. I can get my victory another way. I'm smart enough to think it. I'm smart enough to devise it. I'm smart enough to be patient, to wait, to act when I need to in that moment, even though I wasn't ready for it. I knew to act, and I saw all the elements before me. Act. I saw it line up. I didn't wait for nothing. And that's how I got through. And everybody else is like, what the hell? I've been waiting here forever. How did you get through? Because you got too comfortable where you are. You stopped looking, and when the door opened up, I fucking jumped through. And you're sitting on your couch right next to the door. It's been opening up the whole time. You just ain't been paying no attention to it. You want to chase riches of men? That's what you're going to get. I'd rather teach my daughters, my kids, my loved ones how to be a better person, how to fucking treat each other, how to be a teacher to someone else who don't know how to be, who don't know how to have any morals or anything. Shoot, teach them how to get the heck out of Dodge when they see things going south. Teach them how to take care of their emotions. They can survive. People are nice enough. They'll find a job. They'll get a hand somehow, some way. They'll eat. I need to make sure that they can hold their own when I'm fucking gone. That's what I've done throughout my life. With myself, I'm the one I actually did have my daughters. I remember having my PlayStation. I think I had the PlayStation 3 back then. And I had my controller in my hand. I had my daughter in my arm. And I'm playing my video game. And it jumps into my head. I'm either going to have memories of a video game or I'm going to have memories of my daughter. I've already spent hundreds of hours playing video games over the course of so many years, and I put my controller down and I stopped playing video games because I said my daughters are more important. Well, they passed away, so I got my video games again. I play those. They ain't in my life, but that's the reality, is to engage with the life of whoever's in the room, of who's with you, and to put that device down, to put it to the side. And okay, I showed you a couple videos, you saw what I laughed, what I liked and stuff. Okay, let me put that down to the side and let me just engage with you, because these are the memories I want to have. I want to have memories with somebody, not with an electronic device, no matter how cool and interesting it may be or whatever the case. If I can't hug you, I don't care what kind of miracle or anything I've caused, I'm missing out. Resolve. Your resolve beyond emotions. Look, emotions are the veil that starts to thin in the fourth dimension. Emotions are the veil, emotions are the firmament that keeps you in your 3D reality and 3D body, interacting as people have in the past only. When you conquer your emotions, when no matter what you feel has no fucking bearing on what you choose to do, when you conquer that shit, in that phase of working through that, that's in the fourth dimension. Once you fucking drop that shit and you can walk and do whatever the fuck you need to, regardless of what you're feeling, and keep your correct head about yourself, not be vengeful, not be mean, not be a fucking crybaby, but be able to keep your shit together, not complain, and make something fucking happen, that's when you enter the fifth dimension. That's when you busted through the firmament. That's when you start living a different life because everybody is being held back by their emotions. Oh, I don't want to feel that way. So you look pretty. No. Oh, yeah, that movie was a bad movie. Oh, I really liked that movie. That was a great movie. No, yeah, you're right. It wasn't that good at all. See, you see, you lie. People lie because they're afraid of a fucking emotion. Was the emotion from somebody else that it lived within and then it was expressed into the 3D with the voice? Because they're only living in the 3D. They're stuck there. They're stuck in the sea of emotions. They're drowning. They're underwater. The emotions, that's your water. That's your ocean. It's fucking dark as night. You can't see anything in it because it's your subconscious. That's the shit you shove down. Everybody does that. Be aware. Everybody shoves shit down. So they all got a really weak foundation. Because if you poked at that one little thing, woo, it don't matter all the money, all the fucking power, weapons, this, that, ships. I don't care. Everybody got that shit, and that's what going calls them the because they stuck in the 3D. They stuck drowning in them emotions. In the 4D, you get a surfboard. Mm-hmm. You learn in the 4D how to get your fucking emotions up onto the surfboard so you're on top of the water. But you fall off a bunch. In the 4D, you fall off so much. Oh gosh, sometimes you can forget you have a board altogether and you're fucking drowning again. Not even holding on to the board while the fucking ocean's going. It's tied off to your leg, but it keeps hitting you. You're like, yeah, keeps screwing you up in life. Once you get up on your board, you learn not to fall down. Shit, that wave is just continuing and you just standing right on top of water. You're standing on top of the emotion. The emotion isn't changing your direction. The emotion isn't causing you to go somewhere else. The emotion isn't saying, ooh, look, there's a rock in front of me. No, there's no fucking rock. We're in a bottomless fucking ocean with no fucking rocks. Like, and that's how you, that's literally moving from 3D into 4D and on 5D. Because on 5D now, yes, you still experience the emotions. Yes, that ocean is within me. And I recognize that. Shit, if I have to rescue dive to get somebody from the bottom, I can. And I can get right the fuck back up and get up on my board, and fucking take a seat on my goddamn surfboard and just chill out to recover. I'm going to adjust with the current, I'm going to adjust with my environment, but that's literally what's going on. And that's how you can move forward. And this requires legitimately working and knowing your emotions, knowing the lowest thing that hurts you the most, know exploring all of that yourself. If I take my knife and I jab myself, not physically, and jab myself emotionally over and 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 over till I'm fucking dead, and I'm resurrected, I come back to life the next day, and I'm like, holy shit, I'll do it again. Bye, 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 bye. I die the next day, I come back, resurrected again, and I'm like, well, you know what? I just don't seem to die. There's no reason to have all that pain. Well, let me just keep kicking and moving and doing a good thing. Let me stop doing that. And now, anybody that comes at me with a sharp object to jab at my emotions, to stab me and take my life, guess what? I done the worst pain to myself. I brought it all up. I fleshed it all out. I looked at it all detailed. I know the pain. I felt the pain. I looked at it. I did it all. So anybody coming at me with anything else, they're just fucking with themselves. Or giving me a good idea on information to chat about or whatever the case. I've got lots of, information points to be able to do that with. You're not even playing a game anymore. You're living life. Your soul is actually living freely. And when your soul can live freely, it's going to take care and it's going to protect your body. Because your soul itself knows without the flesh, then it's got to find a shaman, and it's got to get people to move things, and it's got to go do all of this stuff, and it's lost in the dark. So your soul would rather much keep its own flesh about itself. And that's why your spirit, as it moves faster than the speed of light, it's able to transcend time and move into the future and even the past and protect our physical life. What about all the people that died? I said it before, I'll say it again. I believe it my whole life. When somebody dies in the flesh, what they were supposed to accomplish, what they were supposed to do, whatever their mission on earth was, they finished it. You are not going to die until your mission is accomplished. That's a fact. That's a fact. I don't care what circumstance, I don't care what way, I don't care what, good, bad, right, wrong, I don't care any of it. When one goes, their time is up. How can I accept my daughter's passing on a way that I haven't explained it? I love my daughters. Nothing would change that. I've shed plenty of tears, don't get me wrong on any of that. When I was 18, I went to a doctor to get a vasectomy. I paid the cash. Doctor came in, started asking me questions, asked how old I was. I said, I'm 18. He said, I ain't going to do it. I won't do it. So, it pissed me off. Whatever, okay, fine. He said, I'll tell you somebody you can go to do it. I was like, I already paid it. I was here for it. That was the kind of thing. And if it ain't going to happen here and now, then I'm out. I'm done. Like, I was up for it here and now, and it didn't happen. So I have my two daughters. I wouldn't change that at all. But they didn't have to suffer a multitude of years growing up from this stranger and that stranger. They didn't have to suffer all of that. What they needed to do in this world, they fucking did it and they ascended on. They didn't have to keep putting up with this shithouse world. I saw my mother. I saw the face of love being beat every single day, no matter how much I healed, no matter how much I did good I did, man. It didn't change. It didn't change anything. Not truly. That pain that was within her was going to go everywhere. And it was going to come right back like that resurrection thing I just talked about. So I can accept what happened. Is it what I wanted? Hell no. Is it what I'm happy accepting? Hell no. It's what I can accept. It's what I can reason with. It's what I can work with. It's what I can logically accept and be like, boom. And I know that their blessings come through regularly. They're not gone. They're not missing. Shit, their soul. I feel it. Never lost contact. I know their life lives. I know my mom lives. I know my uncle lives. I know those that I love most, they live somewhere. And after this life of mine here, that's where I'm going to be. I'm going to show up wherever they are. They're my anchor point for where I go next. That's already set and done. That's... So what do I have to fear on this world? What do I truly have to fear? I'm just waiting. Patiently. Just patiently waiting. Whatever, until I get there, I am who I am, and I'm going to make home a happy place for as long as I can. I'll tell you what. I'll do my thing. How old was I when my daughters were born? 25. Yeah, 25. I was 25. I had my first daughter. My wife, obviously. Well, my then wife. My first daughter, her name was Tiffany Rose. I was supposed to have a sister. My mom was pregnant for like 3 months plus. I think it was longer than that. The baby had enough time to form and everything. And she lost the kid, she lost the baby, and it destroyed her. It she left the kid and she left the the baby like she didn't go to the hospital to get him taken out right away. Like it messed her up. It messed her up. And when my brother had his daughter, he would let my mom like watch her, but he like me and my mom we lived together. Like I took care of the bills, she took care of the bills, back for whatever the case, or shared it, whatever. Like however we did things, we made it work. and and my brother, he would literally be calling like literally every 30 minutes, and be like, "Why is she crying?" Like, dude, chill the fuck out, man. Like, goddamn, your mom raised you and me single-handedly, working 3 jobs. Chill the fuck out, bro. And so when I had my daughter, when me and my wife had Tiffany Rose, of course my mom was in the house, and me and my wife, literally, she was our honeymoon baby. Like she was our honeymoon baby, and so we were freshly married, and my mom got to have her daughter. Like I understood why my wife hated me and everything, and wanted nothing to do with me, but my mom was in the process of dying, and for the first year of my eldest daughter's life, I literally sacrificed. In one vein, um, I was able to enjoy a lot of time with her, but in another vein, and I was able to like enjoy my marriage, being newly married and everything. You baby crying kid, 25 years old. You know what I'm saying? And so I did. I sacrificed my time with my daughter. So my mom, I didn't care if she crying. I didn't care if I left for a day or two. I don't care. I didn't call my mom. I didn't bug her. If something bad happened, my mom will call me and let me know, and I'll be fucking Johnny on the spot. But other than that, shit. And I told my ex, I was like, you let her spend her time with her. Like I controlled that shit. I did. I can understand why she hates me. I can accept everything she wanted against me. But before my mom died, she got to have that moment. She got to have that daughter she never had before. That was my daughter's role. That was my daughter's mission. That was her purpose. We we decided on we were taking a trip to the Renaissance Fair, and my wife then she was pregnant, and I had told her because I wanted to name my daughter after my mom. I wanted to name my daughter Rosemary, and my wife then she said, "Nah, we ain't doing that." She wouldn't go with that. So I said okay, pick the first name. We're on the road trip. She picks the first name, Tiffany. As soon as she did, I jumped back. I said middle name Rose. We went into a gas station literally within minutes, 30 minutes or an hour at the most. We stopped at some random gas station and we found a box of tissues for blowing your nose. The brand name was Tiffany Rose. Life isn't easy, and this world is far from getting better, truly being healed. And that's why a lot of things are happening. That's why a lot of things are moving beyond normal timetables. Things happen to us, but we're just one of many. For all the bad that happened to me, I'm just one of many. There's so many people out there that live my life. I come from a generation where these pseudo modern day religions popped up, damn near cult like. We're told to be all this good and love, and that's what we think the world is. And then we get pushed out the nest one way or another. We find out that everybody we were around talking about all that love and good was not about it at all. And then we go out into the world and experience what we experience. You're going to have a whole bunch of different results in the end, but there's a lot more people than just me going through what I'm going through. I'll tell you that much. I ain't the only one. That's a fact. I'm not the only one just keeping things together. There's other people out there going through the struggle, and they're living it every day. It is a struggle every day. It is a fight. But you know what? I'm going to claim my victory every single fucking day of my life. That much I know. And my victory comes in my peace. And my peace does not depend on any person or anything, or my peace is something within my heart and my mind. That's something my spirit knows. That's something my spirit will take when this body is done, whenever that day be, hopefully far, far in the future. But my spirit will have learned the code, the recipe, the formula, the language for peace. No matter what body I wind up walking into after this one, I will have that ingrained inside of my own being. My soul knows that information, and it will plug it into my flesh, whichever body that be. These are the kinds of things that we store in heaven that last forever. These physical things, if we can leave a record, we're leaving it for our future selves. We're leaving it for our past selves. We're leaving it as a testimony of life, a record of life, of what we've been through. You pick up a book, you read the book, the author, you connect with the information, and you're just like, man, you've lived it. What they're talking about, they're describing what you've lived, what you felt and experienced, for different words in their own time, but it's a connection, and that's how you know. You left yourself a clue for the future. You left yourself a record. Whether it was ingrained, carved, and painted on a wall, or whether it was in a book, your soul copies the frequency that you learn to vibrate at, your chakras, your energy centers, that focus that creates a very specific vibration. Your soul remembers that. And that's how it will bring it out of your physical life in this body, in this lifetime. These are the treasures that you have stored up in heaven. This is what you have done with your life, and most of the world, they don't want you to recall these gifts. But for good or for bad, and I pray for good, and I work and strive for the good and the better. Though everybody needs to be turned on. Everybody needs to have the lights on Everybody needs to have their power about themselves. So fuck it, you got the keys, boom, give you some keys, boom, here, turn on your lights, here, your battery dead, let's jumpstart that thing. Is your vehicle used to do a bunch of destruction? I don't care. Everything's been dead for way too long. Everything just needs to be on, 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 on. You let everything work. That's the only reason bad has risen to what it risen to, because it turns so many things off, death, no life. So then only these bad things rise. So I'm like, fuck it, turn everything on, share the light, share the gold. What's your fucking religion? I don't give a shit what your religion is. Here, take a bunch of loving goodness. And did you that was positive, right? You felt the positivity? Good. You could tell whether energy is positive or negative. Here, take the good stuff, take the good stuff, give the blessings away, give the fucking goddamn Thanksgiving and Santa Claus and Christmas, and just fucking give it all away. Because then at least our world would be, have some doors open, have some options. People could change things. We have too few people changing things. What, you gotta have a goddamn panel, and you gotta ask 3,000 people, and we gotta take a survey and pass those fucking tests through the AI scanner so it can give us the results and tell us whatever the fuck we don't realize with our own heads that we could have realized by just watching the shit ourselves and saying, that was pretty shitty. Let's scrap this and move on to something better. Whatever the fuck, man. Like, you are at the helm of the direction of this world. Your input is going to matter. Your energy matters. When you find your peace, don't let anybody take it. Don't let anybody take it. And what do I mean by that? Quite literally. I got my peace. Somebody comes around slinging insults at me. I don't care. Go for it. I mean, if they want to physically go at me, well, you'll turn something else on. We'll go down that path. I don't want to talk about that path. I don't like talking about that path. Entertaining it at all. Don't like it. Me keeping my peace means whether I got to run from somebody, I'll do it. Sometimes I'm stuck in an environment. It's got nothing but ugliness around me. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to start speaking blessings. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I ain't whispering them either. I'm gonna start speaking blessings. I'm gonna fucking turn on a mantra. I'm gonna start doing fucking positive shit. If all I'm stuck around is ugly shit and I have to be subject to that into my goddamn ears, then I'm gonna put on some blessings. I'm gonna bless you. I'm gonna bless me. I'm gonna bless everything. Fuck it. You gonna blast with ugly? I'm gonna go blast with positive. That's all. You didn't do anything illegal, neither did I. Do you got a problem? Because if you do, I'm sending you love and joy that you don't have a problem. So I'm just gonna pump up the ampage on the blessings. And if you can't take the fucking blessings, well, I guess your soul was really dark and cold. That's why you couldn't stand the heat in the kitchen. It works. It works. From in person to online. Not on YouTube, but on another application, on another app. It let you have like talk with other people and play games or what the fuck ever with other people. And I tried that out for a little bit. I don't do it no more, but I tried it out for a little bit. I think it was the last time I did, or one of the last times. There's this guy that gets on. He had the correct skin color. He had the correct look about his own being. I'm not talking about his clothes. I'm talking about his being, that he's definitely from like India, okay? Definitely from India. I could tell. I could see that shit. And if not, his family was like, you know what I'm saying? Okay, like, and I'm like, cool dude. I usually get along with people of the sort. Maybe I was wrong. You know, maybe another portion of the road. I ain't perfect at all that recognition. Anyways, I get pretty decent. Anyways, he's playing like rap music or fucking something. He's doing something, and I can feel the energy coming from it, and it's not good energy. And he's not real. He's not acknowledging what I'm saying or anything. Like nothing's. He's just being present. And there's like a little countdown timer thing for whatever game or thing is going on. So it is just what it is. So I busted out my mantras. I started reading over my mantras. My mantras are blessings. Anything good is going to get blessed. Anything bad is going to be fucking repelled. I'm just leaving it at that. That particular person of who I was reading, which should have been familiar with their language, they left. They cut it short before the timer ended. They left. They were playing the music first. They were doing the thing first. They were ignoring me first. I just replicated, but with positivity, and they left. Even in their own tongue, they left. There's this other story. I'm not going to give extreme details, but we were trying to get some behind the scenes passes to do a gig that we were up to. Person I was hanging with at the time. And so we went. We found the the security manager, whatever their proper title, name, position was. And no disrespect or anything of that. I'm just describing the scene to you. They were a butch woman, like you know what I'm saying, like not super heavy, but yeah. and like and we get to talking, and the person I was with started asking or whatever, and like I think I said something or whatever, and then this lady she comes back and she's like, you're not special. That's what she says. You're not special. And granted, it took me, I don't know, 5 to 15 seconds. It took me time. It was a slow response, but we were still there. Nobody walked away. The energy was not lost. And I looked up and I said, yes, I am. And so are you. And they are too. As somebody was walking by, I said, we're all special. In our own ways, we have something wonderful to give to the world. And I see that because for me, I was like, dude, if you're going to be all super, she was being really negative. She was, rah, rah, rah. And I was like, dude, if you're going to be all negative, then I'm going to be all positive. And I got all super positive and everything. And literally, by the time I got done going rah, 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 all my positivity, she goes, "Well, if y'all want those passes, you come let me know." And she told me where she'd be, and the times and whatnot. So we already knew where. She was like, "You want those passes? You let me know," and took off. So extreme positivity can be, it can turn away bad, and it can help somebody actually be in your favor, actually join your corner, actually be like, oh, all right, you're actually all right person. It's important to be yourself at all the times. There are people that lie for bad motives, and there are people that lie for good motives. Both of these people exist in the world. Some people, they want to lie to have their own advantage. Other people, they lie because they're trying to find out the truth and they know they're in a world full of liars and posers. Say it with me now. Posers. Yeah, posers. They're not really what they are saying they are. They just like to pose. Poser. And say it with me. Poser. That's what I grew up in high school. That was the word. And that's why you usually run into somebody and you think things are going to work out because they said they could do all that stuff, they could do all that stuff, and when the opportunity came up when we really needed the help, well, they couldn't do any of that stuff. They were posing. So an ally that I need in a moment of importance, I cannot rely on that person who I cannot trust because they're posing or a poser. That's why I require truth. I require events to prove who the person is in the room with me. If somebody tells me a lie, I'm going to go with that lie. Whether I know it's the truth or whether I know it's a lie, I'm going to go with it. I want to see how far you're going to run. I'm not going to startle the horse. Have you ever been around a horse? No? Okay. If you're ever around a horse and you go, wow, the horse is going to run off, likely, depending if it's had training or not. But likely the horse is going to, something's going to happen. Run after the horse is going to run away. You startled the horse. But if you just sit there, if you just walk calmly, the horse isn't going to run. They're not going to be startled. They're not going to get all freaked out. If your thief has their hand in the cookie jar, if the thief has their hand in the cookie jar and you turn on the lights, they go, ah! But if the thief has their hand in the cookie jar and I do not turn on the lights, then I'm going to see them take the cookie and they'll go, oh, I got my cookie. And they're going to take it back and they got a stash of 100 other cookies. They ain't even been eating my cookies. They've been just stashing them, you motherfucker. I make more. I make them every day, you dumb shit. The fuck are you? If I wanted to store them, I'll get a goddamn storage container. We'll have it for a bug out day, or you got it in your room, and it's fucking got ants in there and everything. Now God, come on, man. Let them fuck. Let them have it. Follow them back. See where they go and chase it all. Watch it till it comes a loop, all the way until the goddamn comes back into the jar again. They looped back around. Their actions went in a full loop. When you see the full loop, now you can control anything you want. Yes, I use the word control because you know where all the fucking lies are. You know where all the fucking bullshit is. You can go bop, bop, bop. It doesn't require discussion. It requires action. You want to get stuck with the fucking poser? Then argue about the truth. You want to fucking be a leader? You want to lead your life? You want to go on your journey? Fucking act on the truth. You don't wait for somebody else. You don't wait for validation. I've been watching this motherfucker for 3 weeks. I've seen the cycle happen 3 times. I know what the fuck I'm looking at. You can't tell me something different. And I don't need to show proof. I know what the fuck's going on. People are very sly in this world. That means you have to be a genius. If you want to move forward in this world, you've got to elevate your brain to genius level. If you're not there, you can get there. Click, 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 boom. As a human, you got the ability to be anything you want. You got free will. But do you grab that free will? Do you actually grab that liberty and say, I'm going to do my life. I'm gonna live my life. My life is not scripted. Nobody wrote the story for my life. I'm going to write that in fucking stone, in the air, in the goddamn mud, all of it. I'm gonna combine the elements. There's something. There's a memory. There's my life. Boom. Let people write all the stories they want. They'll be busy looking and criticizing and wondering and guessing while you'll be living. And once you start living, you know. You already know. You know. And when you know, you know. You know? You do know. You know. You do. Trust it. Trust what you know. Don't let other people dissuade you from what reality actually is. See beyond the lie and act. Or don't. Your life, it's your choice. If you want to sit back and watch life, that's what you have the choice to do. I don't just want one eagle, I want all eagles. I don't just want one position, I want all positions, I want all views, I want to see the whole thing, I want the kaleidoscope, I want the entire effect. One aspect of it is not enough. I ain't seeing everything. It'd be like seeing a rainbow and all you see is red. It wouldn't be a rainbow. It'd just be a it'd just be a red bow. It's kind of cute. See, if you've been watching for a while, if you've been tuning in, if you've been jamming out, I went about a month or so, and I didn't read any of the words of power. I didn't start the videos off there, and you could see how I'd be fishing for information to try to grasp, to talk about. And trust me, I want to read. I got a book here, buddy sent in. Actually, somebody bought a book. They bought a book, and they had it sent to me. They bought it on Amazon, and package showed up at my door with a book. I'll read it. The back of it says, "I never thought to write about H. Pope Kyrillos VI. I was under the impression that his life as a man of prayer and an excellent liturgical teacher was known to many. However, the flood of the miracles of Pope Kyrillos compelled me to ask those who knew him, but they all knew him after the start of his papacy. Those who knew him as a mentor, as Hergumen, Hergumen Mina, Hergumen Mina the recluse, were very few, partly because he was secluded and partly because he did not speak much, but used to consider prayer with the teachings of the fathers more important than sermons. For enlightenment, as a work of the Holy Spirit in one's heart, is not limited only to the gift of teaching using sermons, but rather the Holy Spirit shines in the gift of prayer and the secret fellowship in the heart. Mina was a true I got you. Herschelman Mina was a true disciple of Saint Isaac the Syrian. So I look forward to reading this book. I haven't read into it, I haven't jumped into it, but somebody they bought it and sent it. They said, "Would you be a child? Like they cast into a book?" I said, "Yeah, I'll read it." I love that. I love the back of it. I love how it gets into talking about who the dude was before he got into some position, the people who knew him. And, the recluse, a part of his name, boom, he was a hermit, and then the world was like, boom. So I appreciate that very much. I do. And I hope they're watching. Because I haven't sent an email back. I've been kind of slow on emails. I've been answering some emails and some emails for whatnot. But truly, the prayer itself, the communication, the mantra, that aspect, I agree completely. I mean, that's so appropriate. I mean, it is more. about. I mean, like this is like hanging out. If you ask me, we're just hanging out, chilling, and the real blessing the is what we go over. Those words of power in the morning that we wind up going over for an extended period of time. That moment, that energy, that's the most powerful stuff to share. Um, and so, but as I was getting to, as I was explaining though, when I go over that extensive prayer, that communication, the mantras, that ceremony, as I like to call it, as I go over the jam, in that form, I'm filled. Like there's connection made, intuition flows. I got stuff to chat about from nowhere. And I think that's an. I think I really I have found that that's where I love connecting with my fellow person. I want to have a jam, a ceremony, whatever you want to call it, a prayer session, whatever. I want to do that, and then afterwards we have some camaraderie. We chat, we hang out, we all chat about what y'all will chat about. I'm chatting about whatever I'm chatting about. That's all groovy. Like that's I got our coffee and I tried my hand at at some homemade croissants for the first time yesterday, and but without yeast. I didn't use any yeast. I don't know. I haven't bought yeast. Every time I go to the store, I don't think about buying yeast. I'm not used to using yeast. Never cooked with yeast before. I might have tried it once, but anyways, and and so I made these like I found out the trick to making croissants, and I'm just gonna say I'm a couple steps away from. Well, I figured out how to make like biscuits. You know how you buy biscuits and they pop in the little container and then you put them in the oven and they're all like flaky and all the multiple layers, the way they separate. I'm on the verge, like, to learning how to do that. Like that type of the bread kind of came out like that in the layers like that, but I also got this croissant kind of a finish and texture and everything to it as well. And so it's literally like if I go one direction, they're going to be dope ass little biscuits, or the other direction, it's going to turn into really yummy, delicious cinnamon rolls. Because the dough is like perfect for a cinnamon roll. I'm like, this is what the dough of a cinnamon roll is like. And so I gotta try that soon enough. Anyways, I like baking. I like baking. I don't know why I just never cared for using yeast, but I love baking. And the amount of things you can make, just a little bit difference on the baking powder, some baking soda. Shit. You want to know something interesting? One of the primary ingredients in baking soda is limestone. Limestone. If I'm not mistaken, it's a good conductor for like electromagnetics. So I find it interesting. That's an ingredient in baking soda. They have different recipes they can do for making baking soda, but I think that's a primary one they use. I could be mistaken. Yeah, no, you have to look it up if you really want to. Let's see, we are at 8:52. Dude, that's cool, Jojo, but like that's like homemade jam. That's cool. I used to know, no, my uncle, he used to make wine. I don't think I knew anybody that made their own jam, but I bet it tastes delicious. Okay, I got a story I'll share with you. Um, Somebody, they were asking like about religions and tribes and spirituality. There's a question and all of that in the chat log, a little bit up. So this is the way I imagine it. You see my grapes, you see my raisins. I'm not gonna move the phone, but come on, let's talk. But I'm gonna show you this. Do I got more on? Yeah, I got one with a couple on there. So look, you can see it's still on the vine. See, they these are grapes I bought from the store, and then I hang them in my place where I am. No special weather effects. I've done in summer and everything, and they turn to raisins all by itself. See, still on the vine. I got a whole bunch of them literally right behind you. I showed it on the video yesterday. Anyways, so literally, I, I, with my environment, with my setup, whether it be hot in the down south or cold up in the north, winter for winter, summer for summer, and each property, where they should be hottest for the hot and coldest for the cold, without AC, without heater, and I have the same results happen with the grapes. From north to south, same results. No special instruments, no air or anything, nothing additional. Just my stones and my jam and what I do. Okay, I could store it longer than you could in a refrigerator, for the exception of a freezer. Oh shit! I even challenge your freezer at that. Because if anything, they'll just turn hard to a rock. It'll just literally get hard, and if you put it back in water, all that got hard and condensed will rehydrate. They literally just dehydrate in my environment. You can rehydrate them. They have all their nutrients. It tastes fresh as anything. It's really interesting. In any regard, yeah. So I can store fruit longer. I challenge anybody in the world. Go ahead. Anyways, and so I believe back in the tribal days, at some point in time, this is what I imagine. Somebody got to this ability. And like, let's just call them Bob and Joe. And so Joe goes and he visits Bob. And Bob, he's got this fruit. And it's lasting. And it's lasting. And Joe's like, man, yo, Bob, my stuff don't last that long. My fruit only lasts like a couple weeks. And then it like doesn't do too good. But over here, dude, it's like 2 months later and your shit's still good. There aren't bugs on it. Like, we snacking on it right now. It's all good. And Bob's like, yeah, I noticed that too. Pretty cool, huh? And Joe goes, well, could I, uh, could I store my fruit over at your place? And Bob's like, yeah, I got space. You put your stuff right there. Joe's like, cool. They never had to talk about him not taking nothing. Of course he's not going to take. He got plenty of his own, right? So then it gets to the point Joe gets, he talks, he chats. And so everybody starts storing their stuff at Bob's place. And before you know it, Bob's got food rotting outside his front door. There's so much inside. They start piling it up. They think it'll be better at his place outside. And they get together, whole town, whole tribe, the whole tribe gets together and they're like, hey guys, look, right? We all know that Bob's food lasts longer at his place, right? Okay, yeah, man, yeah. I don't know what he does. I don't know what he does either. It lasts longer at his place. Okay, this is an idea I got. Okay. Now, if we all get together, we built our places right. Okay, if we all get together and we build one large building, Bob could stay there and we could store our food and there'd be plenty of room. Yeah, sound cool? Everybody's like, yeah. And so everybody gets together, they start building the new building, boom, 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 call it whatever you want to call it, but they built it and they come, Bob, what? We've been building something. He goes, yeah, I heard a bunch of banging. I just been doing my thing. I ain't even really looked over this. Bob, come on. come check it out. Well, hold on, I gotta, come on. They practically grab him by the hand and have to take him outside. You don't go out for nothing. And they point to the big tall building and big wide space inside. Oh, whoa, never seen a building that big. And you take them in the inside, and they're all waiting and say, "Yeah, Bob, this is your new home. We're gonna store our food over here, and you get to hang out here. How that sound good?" And Bob's like, "Yeah, I'm cool with that, sure." And so life goes on. Boom, that happens. Generations, years, whatever. And then some fucking stranger from another fucking land comes around. They stumble upon this tribe and they meet Bob. And they see Bob with all this food. All this food. He's sitting there, man. He's got like fucking crates hanging from his head and shit. And like everybody else in the village. He goes and visits them, but they don't have no food. They have food when they want to eat, but they don't have nothing stored at their place. Man, I speak different languages, so the man's not understanding everything. The man's looking, he's like, well, everybody goes to Bob and gets food from Bob. And Bob's got this big building, and hey, everybody! And he gets everybody's attention. He gets Bob kicked out of the building. He takes over watching the food. All the food rots. The town has no food, and the tribe is fucked. That's the world we have. That's what we're stuck with. That was day 100, 1,000, whatever, and now we're stuck with the goddamn results of the goddamn fucking foreigner coming in and being like, oh, I want what he has. You fucking dumbass didn't even know how society works, and you want to come, you posing piece of shit human. You're, yeah, that's what I say. Welcome to my world, where we have angels and monsters. We got Goku and lions. Yes, I said Goku. I think I got his name correct. I think I know his name. He's usually this is how he goes and kicks ass. Like that. Oh, My Little Pony. Yeah, that's how he kicks ass. I'm gonna hit you with some fucking magical love. This is one thing I learned. I think about the room, the items, so forth and so on, the altar space. If a picture, not if, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So this is going to count as a picture. This mug is worth 1,000 words. I don't know how many words fit on the page of a book. But if I had books representing all the words of the images that are around me, I'm quite sure the words would overspill to where there would be too many that I could cognitively focus on, process, read in a day, month, year, or anything else. But I know that my conscious, that's like the iceberg sitting at the top of the ocean, at the water, at that water we're talking about, that ocean. The consciousness is the iceberg. The subconscious is that huge structure of the body of that ice underneath submerged. So you can remember a vast well of memory. You do not have to cognitively be aware of it. But if you trust your soul, if you trust that part of yourself to remember it and just record it, then I see the image. My brain processes, and that goes into all the storage. So then different images coming into unison is going to create a different energy than ever presented before. And people I can hear going, oh, there's AI and we're creating a lot of things. Your AI does not have textual fucking connection. It's a screen. It's flat. It has textual context. From a toy to an image to a book to a mug to anything that you visually choose to have within your space that is going to be impacted into your psyche. There's a bunch of information you're putting into storage when you see these images because you're reinforcing a conditioning that you live by. That conditioning helps your habits of what you do day to day. So by choosing to take tactful, textile feeling to be able to have these items you can touch and are embodied in some physical form and you can put here or put together there, that's your construction. That's your mind's construction. That's unique. That to form, oh, you could form anything. AI, you could form anything with structure. AI, there's certain morals, there's certain groundwork that hasn't exactly mastered yet. And that's why some things we see that are completely like, what the fuck am I, what did AI just fucking do? I don't know. I don't know. But I can see and I can know the elements around me in my room. I can even look at the TV screen and know glass, sand, this, process with this, cables, wire, metal extracted, put down. I can understand. I can grasp that. But any image coming through it again, images worth 1,000 words, every single image. If you blink, you just might miss the most important thing, the most important message in the whole delivery. That's why they did that. Well, that makes sense. There was somebody on the chat log and they said, if you're my spirit guide, I'm fucked. That should be like the fucking opening of a fucking movie. Bam! Slap the title of the movie right after that and roll the movie, man. Hmm, we're back. And that was funny, Moonwave. I'd noticed that too. The heat waves, they certainly did flow through, and then the rain kicked up. And I love the rain, so I'm gonna keep encouraging the rain. I like rain. No, I know. Until I get word to say it's enough rain, I'm gonna keep encouraging more rain. I don't control the weather. I just I've been around people who have the name in all positivity, not a bad way. Um, like I lived in a, I won't put that, but anyways, but they're weather witches, and they can literally uh, have a massive uh, effect on the weather. I lived at one place, and there would be a huge storm coming through, at least for the time that I was there, and the storm would be coming through, and literally where we were would be a circular blip on, and all the bad weather would just literally go like around us, or just like literally just disappear when it came through us, and we wouldn't get the heavy hit where I was, and I know there was way more than one person working that stuff, and but they knew they knew what they were doing, kind of thing. Like they all doing their own thing, and then that created a larger area to be able to be protected. And so I know that there is, and then they were able to influence weather and bring in rain and other things, with the weather, completely natural. And like one person, they sang, and the rain would come. And so in the spiritual journey that I've done, I've never had a desire to control, to force nature into what I want it to be. I've been I've been around certain individuals, and they're like, "Oh man, I want it to be 20 degrees cooler. It's too hot." And they literally sing their song, and it gets to be 20 degrees cooler. No shit. And so people wondering about and weather anomalies, we have an impact on our environment. Man has created physical devices to have an impact upon our physical environment. Though I tell you, you don't need a physical device to do it. You are the physical device to do it. You are essentially the control switch that activates weather on our planet uh, through our connection with it. We have these connections. And so all we need to do, what I learned, is it's just communicating what one desires within their heart onto the elements, and they will respond. Um, that's a reality. So influence, influence I found is a lot nicer than control specifically. Though some things you do need to get right up into. Think about a doctor helping somebody. They've got to control their environment. They can't just have particles flow. I mean, they a lot better if they're not, but
They can just have the particles, just dirt flying through the air. Make sure the screen got the tools, things in place. We do need to control elements literally so we can fix something. But once we're out, things are back together, and hopefully everything flows and is connected and heals and can do what it does all on its own. So in those kind of aspects, I guess that word's been popping up, and that's really what. Well, then that jumps into my heart. I used the word control in the past few days, specifically with the mindset of yourself taking control of the helm of your own vessel, of your own temple, of your own ship, being able to be guided, being able to make that choice as one has been in effect from elements around them in the environment, people, and all sorts. If you really want to be able to do something, you got to become stable. And sometimes, man, I got to control my environment. I got to make something into the ground that's going to anchor in and hold its position regardless of whatever wind or anything else is going on. Some things take more fortification than others, and I got to control those elements to fashion and form what I need to. But once I do, boom, okay, everything's just flowing the way it is. Y'all was doing it to heal, to help, and that light only. Otherwise, that's why I don't get involved in things because I'll control it. I'll do too much. I get carried away with my own ideas. I know me. I know my limits. I know what I'm familiar with, and that I don't have to control. I just have to be like, okay, it's getting there. Let out the steam. Okay, comes more like a valve. Like with pressure, and it's floating up and down. It's not a crazy catastrophe of a roller coaster experience. Pressure can be maintained even through gradual change so that there's not a rapid change. And rapid change, you've heard me talk about shock tactics if you've been hanging out with us. And that shock is a rapid change. That's what things cannot come back from. That's where things really get decimated, is when they have one massive shift to another massive shift. They don't know how to transform through all of those stages to get there. So the wielder of your own will, yourself, you wield your will and do what you desire to do forth those things. It does involve that transformation from one level to another. As you do that, yeah, wherever I was going, it was not the same direction. I know that much. Is my brain as far as shock tactics and pressure maintaining, and so on one's course by allowing the pressure to decompress, by being able to transmute emotions, by recognizing that somebody lied to us or said something wrong or there was some inconsistency with our life. Until I handle that, until I resolve that, until I talk to that person, then I have things that are going to compound. So I need to go set things correct. I need to go talk to this person. I need to, whatever it is, the situation, I need to resolve that before I start working on something else. That way I can always keep a clean register. So if I'm wondering about the past, I'm just recalling my own memories. I'm not thinking, oh, I didn't do this, oh, I didn't do that, oh, I could have done that, oh, I hurt myself there, oh, why I didn't want it. I'm not thinking about none of that because that ocean, that subconscious, the iceberg that's within the ocean, the meat, the whole, not the iceberg's the parts on top, but the whole piece of ice that's under in the water, like, that's there, that exists. But there's not conflict. I've dealt with it. I've looked at all that information. All of that is resolved. So then I can easily go through that data. I can go through all the information in my past through frozen ice
fast, fast as light will travel. I'll travel. I'll be able to grab that information, come right back up to the surface, and share it. Whether tears fall or not, I can share it. I got it. It's all resolved. But a person that does not have their past resolved, they try to go grab a memory to connect with the person in the room. And in order to get that memory, they had to go through regret. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. I should have done this. I should have done that. And now they're destroyed by the time they come up. They're crying, they're sobbing, they're sad. There's no discussion. They're breaking apart because they did no shadow work. They didn't know thyself. And since they didn't know thyself, they could not be present and commune with me or you in that moment. When you identify that somebody's not present with you, all the words are wasted, all the actions in vain. They're, for all matter of the terms, they're in an animal state of being, in the sense that the only thing they're going to remember is the activity that repeats day after day after day after day after day after day, all that, because they only have short-term memory, only short-term memory. So if they're stuck in the same thing every single day on that short-term memory, then the entire calendar system for every single day becomes long-term memory. Those 30 days, 40 days, 50 days, on and on, those same 24 hours, that becomes ingrained into your long-term memory. So by being aware of the objects that we surround ourselves with, as far as the images go, we are literally reprogramming our mind to be aware of our past, to accept, to work with, to understand, to process information, thus developing and growing the brain every single day so that one can be in their divine nature in the fifth dimension, working with another human that they see, that they're aware of, that they're presently with in the moment. And that opens up every single door that you desire to walk through. That opens up the entire world's future to so many different positive possibilities. And that's what I've continued to do in my regular ongoings. I just shared my life with you. As much as I can remember to let you know a little trick of the trade or something I figured out, something that was left out. You know most of it. You know the beginning, you know the middle. Damn, you even heard about the end. But there's just some little details they left out of the narrative because the conquerors, the winners, rewrite the story. So I went around and I found all those little missing pieces. Like, not too much. And that's what I just try to shoot back. Everything else you got down, you got down, you got that. Boom. That you were missing that piece of the puzzle. There you go. Now you got a full picture. Yeah. Take care. See you later. You know, on and on and on and on. Coffee's catching up to me, so I will be back after this moment of silence. That's great. That's actually pretty great. That's a great. I like that Wizard of the Wild. I love it. The book you're working on, man. I totally encourage that, bro. I like how you say that. Like trolls, it'd be cool if trolls gave riddles in order to pass rather than coinage. And the riddle that would be more akin to the spirit. The spirit is usually the one giving the riddle. The troll would be more so the one valuing the coinage, the actual physical substance. Um, so depending on troll or spirit, at least the way things have been, has been whether it's appealing to one's soul and their intellect, or whether it is teasing at their lower energies, seeking to root within that lust and greed, valuing the physical coin beyond the knowledge or the entertainment. You think of a spirit, if they tell you a riddle, you're stuck there for a little bit. You're going to be thinking about stuff. So they're going to have your time. Troll just is like paying the toll. And they should be called troll bridges, troll roads, not toll roads. They're troll roads. They left a fucking letter out. They're troll roads. You gotta pay your coinage to get through. Blah, blah, blah. It's interesting. Very good food for thought. Thank you for sharing that, bro. And definitely, like, I if you when you finish your book, I look forward to reading it. If we still chatting and all that, if we still know each other and all that stuff, and things change up all the time. You know what's funny, Wizard of the Wild? You put "We Are the Monsters" under your bed. That's funny because I was like, I don't have a bed. I just like sleeping on the floor, and the floor is nice and straight. Anyways, I was like, no, no monsters under my bed. But yeah, I like it. Hey Loki, by any chance, do you want that reading? I'm gonna wait just in case Loki is still here. I just saw a comment in the chat log a little bit ago from him or her. I haven't exactly asked, so from them. Not say. Cool, cool, cool. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, Rogret. Yeah, we'll pop a reading for you. Sure, I'll do one for you. Past lives. Yeah, definitely, bro. Just let me know in the future. I love it. I love it, Jojo. And Bebop gave the answer of gravity. Yeah, let's pull a couple of cards for you, Rogret. Past lives, past lives. Okay. Now, you can. Currently, right now, this is my latest working reality of the whole past life ET God explanation. And that's where it discussing past lives comes into this. Okay, two interesting facts. I forget which moon it is, but they were remote viewing a particular moon on another planet, and there was they observed life on this planet, something in the shape of what would seem like an octopus, or the correct word if I'm saying the wrong word, whatever, octopi, whatnot, and so there is a consideration that the octopi, whatnot, are not from our planet. That they may have very well uh, been transported. Now, it is a fact. It is a scientific fact that octopus have. You want me to look it up? They got a brain in each tentacle. Each tentacle has its own brain. Yes. Okay. So they literally they call them mini brains, MINI, but each arm of the octopus has its own brain. Each arm has its own brain. It's got 8 arms plus its main head. The Egyptian pantheon goes back to 9. If you're able to process 1 through 9 and 9 through 1, yes, forwards and backwards. If you can do 1 through 9, 0 and 10 are on and off switches. This is the Oracle system that I learned specifically from this book, the Matun Neter, Volume 1. I believe that we have 9 current incarnations of ourselves simultaneously walking. I believe that the octopus is telepathically communicating, and that's where really they're connecting thought from. They're actually originating thought, and we're able to telepathically connect. And each brain is connected to a different human, which is connected to the same body. So I believe there's 8 and a master of those 8. And so you are constantly walking, and you always meet at least every single other version of yourself in this incarnation, whether it be physically, whether it be verbally, whether it be through a book. Whatever the case may be, you will meet the other 9 incarnations of yourself. And you will not know when you do, but you will say words like, "Where do I know you from? I know you. Gosh, were you at that place? Were you at that restaurant on this day of this year? Were you over there?" Okay? I believe this happens on a regular basis, and many of us go our entire lives and we don't even realize this. But I believe that's what they were doing. I believe that's what the ancients were expressing, was our ability to um, tell that we are telepathically active, that there's much more going on than just the soul, that there is overlapping of lives. So your past lives, every single life, you're gathering information. Life is about information gathering. We're all watchers. We're all observers, because if we see something else that can work, then I want to do it too. If it's easier, if it's easier and it gets, I'm jumping over there too. And we're all making that stride and that forward go. And shuffling cards for you, Rograt. And boom. And no, this one. Okay, nice setup, like that. And that's why for it's a big supporting reason of that's why it's why if you treat a human like the enemy, then what winds up happening is that it very may well be yourself. It could be the dark version of yourself. Maybe you were supposed to learn something. They were going to transfer some knowledge, some information. Maybe they're going to give a gift. I don't know. And so so for me, I want to gather information. I want to observe my environment, because I know that what I capture inside my head, I might not have it cognitively to use, but I know, I believe, I feel I'm connected with, and that information is stored. If not in my, it is stored in my own body, in my own being, in my own brain, in my own network, but that information, others can use it to learn, to do good, to make a better choice, to see what the state of the world is in, what's going on here. I do believe that life on this planet is much more connected than many of us would ever consider. Even on a spiritual level, it's much more connected. I've even come across information where everything I'm learning about, everything I'm learning and doing, becoming, and blah, 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 I'm not trying to build myself up. You too, for what you achieve, like properly, goodly, like, um, I, I found out that all this healing stuff, the tarot system, everything that we're aware of, one aspect of what we can be and what we can achieve. One aspect, all of it, the healing, the tarot, all of it. It's only one fucking library that survived. The other ones in the world went down. There's way more that we can do and interact with our environment. That's why there's the construct that we're gods, because some story someone witnessed fucking extended over times. Somebody popped up out of nowhere, connected with the ancient pasts, did some shit that nobody could fucking explain, and they were like, "Oh my god, I don't know what to call that. It's yeah, that's real." And if one person, and then the lights on the whole world is on, and we are living a whole new paradigm, a whole paradigm shift all the way around for the better, because we just fucking open the floodgates. That information's not lost in its entirety, it is still accessible. And by encouraging each person to develop their brain, to grow, to be smarter, more intelligent, wiser of their environment, they're going to be able to grab this information and literally right out of the air, and they're going to be able to give it back to us. That's why the youth is so important. But where there is growth, effort will be required. Okay, I don't know if this is a past, future, present. Maybe it is, maybe it's not Rogue Rat, but you're going to have to call it as you see it as far as that goes. The first one we have is the Six of Cups. And the Six of Cups means that there will be much indecision in your love affairs, and that you will probably make a poor choice by not listening to the voice of your heart or to that of your conscience. There are also probabilities of divorce or of intrigues outside of wedlock. This next one, I very much have my own, I can, got my own dialogue to give on it. But here's what I'm gonna, but I'm reading the cards straight up as they are. We got the Tower card here, which is going to be sudden change, upheaval, trauma, disaster, loss, tragedy, confusion, natural disasters, violence, devastation, loss of material wealth, failed achievements, destroyed accomplishments. Let's just say that these two cards go hand in hand together. That's going to be the past. And the last card is new location. New location. What? Let's just read it. A change of venue is coming your way. Most likely you're moving to a new residence. However, this card could also mean that you're changing the location of your employment. The fairies are very much in touch with geographical changes. They sense that your energy is drawing you to a new location. Perhaps you've been thinking about moving to a new home, and this card signifies that it's time to consider that change. Write a list of features you desire in your new home and ask the fairies to help you find and acquire your new residence. This card could also mean that your place of employment is changing. You could be on the cusp of finding a new job, or your current employer may transfer you to a new location or promote you to a different office. Regardless of the type of new location, trust that this is a change for the better that will bring great improvements into your life. The affirmation, I now live and work in a safe place. Oh, I now live and work in a safe, comfortable, spacious environment in a wonderful location. I'll say it 2 more times. You want me to put it in the chat log? I put that device somewhere. Um, if you want me to, I will. I now live and work in a safe, comfortable, spacious environment in a wonderful location. And so obviously the past, whatever things weren't working out, the beginning of life, in order for that to end, loss must happen. There has to be an ending. In order for it to end, there has to be an ending. And that's the Tower card. Let's get rid of that old junk. Let's bring in a new place. Let's bring in something new. Let's change things up. And by having this affirmation, to say I now live and work in a safe, comfortable, spacious environment in a wonderful location, in whatever verbiage that you would personally like it to. You visualize that sight in your mind. Feel emotionally active as you do this. I should say, wait for yourself to be emotionally active. Wait for yourself to be upset or happy or sad or anything. The emotion is energy. Energy used in copulation with a vision in your head, a sight, a picture within your mind, and a mantra, a saying that affirms what you're seeing. Well, then that energy is going to charge and it's going to literally create the miracle in your life. This is literally how we create miracles. The last key ingredient is you must forget about what you envision to see. Like, you just let go of it. It's not that you have to forget about it, but you just let go of it. You're not worrying about it anymore. People who do not know what they're doing are going to tell you to repeat it once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, however many times. That's the truth. People who know what they're doing, you do it once, the shit's set, it's off, it's done. You don't ask for it a second time. You don't fucking. If you ask Dad, if you, Dad, I'm busy. What do you want? Be quick. Dad, can I get the new? Will you get me the new bicycle? Yeah, leave me alone. Dad, will you get me the new bicycle? Yeah, leave me alone. Dad, will you get me the new bicycle? Fuck you, go away. I'm not getting you shit. That's what asking over and over will get you. It'll get you a big fat rejection. Say it once, correctly the first time, move on with your life. It's going to drop in your lap in the future. That's what you call a miracle. If you expected it to show up, it wouldn't be such a gift, right? And doesn't the divine love surprises? Of course. Man, any mom or dad loves to give a surprise gift to their kiddo. that ending to the old. I've found this card in particular, this event in one's life in particular, is a lot nicer when one gets to choose that it happens. They get to accept, work through mentally. I've done it before, I've been through it on the spiritual path, where I'm able to put a close to something. I'm able to let those things fall down, let that happen. There's a good structure. I'll make a better one in the future, but I gotta get myself some new space in front of me. I can't create a solution to a problem with the old ways. I gotta come up with something new. That's why it's a problem, because something new happened. So I gotta figure out something new. That new thing becomes the journey. It becomes the joy, the peace, and everything else. And I think it's a wonderful thing when people don't have to go through a catastrophic ending of something, but when they get to choose, for me, for myself, let me just put it this way, for myself, I've chosen to make my own exits rather than wait for a catastrophic ending. Rather than fall down with lightning striking it, I walked down. I heard the clouds rumbling. I felt the ground shudder. I said, you know what, this ain't the place to be. I didn't stay up there. I decided to walk down. So when destruction, when the energy actually flowed through, shoot, I'm already at the bottom by the time stuff starts rolling from the top. I'm good. I'm out. I'm done. I'm running away. Man, I'm all right. I'm not the dude falling down on his back. Divinity truly does bypass space and time, and they were able to warn us each individually for our own course, and each one gets to decide their own course, truly. I mean, what they want. If they want to hold on to what was, well, that's what you're going to accept each day in your life. That's what your life will be. If you would like to make a choice, you can find a new place. You can find a new, things can work out. You are not stuck where you are. And generally speaking, at least for myself, that's why I've stayed places for a long time, because I felt stuck. The last time I felt stuck, I stayed at the same place for six, practically 6 to 8 years, you could put. But I felt stuck, not safe. The whole time I felt stuck, not safe. There's a difference. If I feel safe, well, then I can go anywhere. I'm safe. But if I don't feel safe, then I feel stuck. Because anywhere I go is going to hurt me. That's the difference between being able to live your life and having fear keep you dead. Alive, breathing, and kicking. But dead is so as to use your own will, to be motivated to action, to make that change in the world that you can. You're the seed. You're the original event. And from your event comes a ripple that goes to the entire world. We all get a bit of that experience. We all go through that experience ourselves so that we can be enlightened and aware. More than thought transfers experience emotions so much. We're never alone. You never walk alone. You always have family with you. You always have the divine with you. You always have the father and the mother with you everywhere you go. For life cannot exist without their presence. What keeps us living and breathing every day? The Divine Father and the Divine Mother watch after their material children. Immaterial spirits watch over their physical children. Or maybe ETs protect
their children while they're in a bubble that seems very much like an egg until they're ready to join the family. Because when you join the family, things are different. You treat each other with particular standards. You just know things straight up. There's no room for ugliness or hurtfulness or vengeance. Those emotions, you could wreck the entire community by just exciting it. There's a different way of life. And even though I might not walk amongst them out there, I still act as if I am walking amongst them. I don't change who I am just because I'm in a different room. I don't change who I am just because I'm around somebody else. I might change modes. I might go into observer mode, quiet mode. I'm learning a new environment. I don't want to walk into a new environment and just be who I am. And maybe some places are going to call for that, but generally speaking, if it's a new environment, I'm going to walk in and I'm going to observe. People are observing me. I'm aware of people observing me, so their natural behavior is already interrupted by my presence alone. This is just observation. I ain't none of that junk. So usually that means making sure that I'm smiling, making sure that I don't seem angry or mean or, maybe even putting off that vibe or sense, It keeps me on my toes 24/7 because I know just because no humans around, plenty of spirits watching me. Plenty of spirits watching me. All sorts of things. They see everything on mine, everything I do. It's a Truman Show 24/7. On the spiritual side of things, I know that's a fact. So why not hit record on YouTube? Um, I love rain. I do. I like rain. I don't want it to rain so bad that like people get hurt or nothing like that, but I do like it when it rains. I like thunder. I like all that stuff. Usually people are like, ah, and I'm like, what's up, Dad? In my life, I've learned to run at the scariest thing and be like, hug! I want to interact with it. From my own heart, I tell you, I did give up on man. When my mom died, I gave up on man. I gave up on humans. I gave up on people. I gave up on life. But the spirit came up to me and it said, I could use your help. I said, don't leave me alone. Spirit said, alright. I said, let's go. And my life began. And I ain't had a fear of a damn thing the spirits wanted me to do. My divine father and my divine mother, I don't give a shit. If it's a certain ending for me, let's run towards it. Fuck it. I come on. And everything just loves me. I'm not saying that I'm not there's a lot of people out there that don't, that's fine. But spiritually, animals, energy, life loves me. And it loves you too. But it's loved me
I even had an experience with death. You could believe it or not, but death sat with me on a bench, and I had a telepathic conversation with death himself for about 45 minutes to 2.5 hours, something like that. And they, death don't want to take me. They came to take me. They don't want to take me. They're like, I'll pass the buck off to somebody else. I ain't taking you. I don't care if your number call comes up. I'll put somebody else in that spot. I know my systems. Okay. Well, I went on life. There's spirit. There was this one time after that. I'm walking between one place to the next place, and I had my cart. I had a cart. I carry stuff in, pretty good sized cart, and it's all graded. Walls could come off, so you could put stuff, heavy stuff on. Anyways, and there was this car that came up behind, and it got within 2 feet, maybe 3 feet, within 2 feet of hitting my cart, which was just behind me. And I was talking to a lady in front of me, and come up from the side of the road and came and then hit another car. They had an accident, and or maybe from the accident they hit us, whatever the case. And but they had an accident right there, literally right behind me, literally right behind me, and but didn't hit me and did not hit my cart or my things. Lady jumped back. She was freaked out and stuff, and I remained calm. And within 30 seconds to 2 to 3 minutes, it could have been anywhere within there, but literally less than a block away, um, was the next light, red and green light, and there was an accident that happened. Boom, happened right there, and that's why I remember very specifically. And I was like, "What is this meaning? What is this meaning?" But there was too much going on, and the spirits couldn't tell me exactly what the meaning was then and there. So I continued my journey, did what I did, where I was going, and I got back home. Excuse me, or not. And when I got back home, I did my jam, I did my thing, and I realized it came to me that the message the message that they were sending to me was very clear. We are watching behind you and ahead of you. We need you to walk. We need you to go where we need you to go. We got you covered, essentially. We got you covered. And so, regardless of what I think, regardless of what I see, if my senses in totality, from what I've paid attention to, guide me in a particular direction, in all the love and all the goodness and what I know aligns and how to see that, then I'm going to walk that path. And I know that they've got me covered. They have proved time and time and time again, the divine Almighty Father and Mother and their entire family have proved that they care about my life. Somehow I survived this. Somehow I survived that. Somehow I died and they resurrected me. They did the fucking, got the water out of my lungs and stones out of my lungs. Oh, they brought me back. I was dead. I was out. No, no nothing. No pulse, no nothing. They got me back. Regardless, I know what's true to my heart, and that is something to stand for. My mom, she helped me understand the value of that. My elders in the past, when I was younger, they helped me understand the value of my word. Nowadays, there's no value to a word, not even signed.
people run from it. I don't know. Did that exist? Well, your name's at the head of it. I don't know. I don't remember seeing that. Your word means something. And that value, it can carry value. But sadly, for the truth of the matter is, as I mentioned earlier, our words, they have seemed to lose a lot of value these days. And our action is so valuable. Even if that action is verbalizing what we believe, what we think, how we see things, speaking with a friend, finding somebody to be one with, and realizing that, bro, you're just like me, and I hope you're doing good, and I hope if you're not, I send positive energy your way so that you can get better, and you can be doing good, because when you're doing good, then you're gonna be happy, and when you're happy, then we could hang out, we could talk, we could eat pizza or play video games, like we could be cool and just like whatever we do, like yay, huh? That's all I want. I want my friends back. And this world turned into a bunch of I don't adults. They're not friends. They're just adults. Whatever that's supposed to mean in this day and age. I just like having friends. I think that makes the world a really swell place. So thank you for being my friend. Thank you for hanging out with me day after day after day. Thank you for being who you are, regardless of who I am or who anybody else is, for being who you are, because that where the heart is, that's family right there. Much love, many blessings, and until we see you next time tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, that would be -4 GMT if you're in another part of the world. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for jamming out with the comments. I did not chat much today. I did not look at comments much today. So if you did have something you wanted to share with me personally or anything of that sort, there's my email in the chat log. It's cetra@yahoo.com. The name of my channel at yahoo.com. Otherwise, Dana de Guay. Much love and many blessings.